Memories of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. Roland and Olson. Sherman Oaks is a quiet community in northwest Los Angeles. It is similar to the Encino community next to the San Fernando Mountains. Although it is far from the city center, it is not short of high-end shopping malls and clothing boutiques. A variety of retail and fashion restaurants serve the professionals and families living here. It only takes 26 minutes to drive to Los Angeles International Airport and less than an hour to turn to the city center. In this area of contemporary independent residential villas, there is a townhouse that looks like a conjoined twin. When the morning sun shines through the window, the clock hands quietly jump to 6 o'clock. The magical rock music floats in. Hey, hey, what's the matter with your head? Yeah, hey, hey, what's the matter with your mind and your sign? An oh, the brisk tune and the unique voice with magnetic force made Roland, who was curled up like a shrimp, startled. He stretched out his arms from the quilt and slapped them hard in the direction of the sound. With a muffled bang, the world became quiet. His head, which looked like a bird's nest, slowly poked out, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and glanced at the date on the calendar. January 1st, 1990. Looking at the time, a mumbling voice also appeared. 2 years ago, would I be taken away from the earth? That's right, Roland lying on the bed was no longer the original Roland. The one who took over his body was a mysterious soul from the east. With a sigh, he slowly climbed up like a sloth, and picked up a sweater, and put it on casually. He went into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, rubbed his face with water in his hands, and then stared at the mirror, and looked at it. Half a month ago, he was still an older single dog living in 2019, and he was experiencing the darkest moment of his life. In his middle school years, he applied for a drama school when he took the college entrance examination because he was chasing his dreams. After graduation, he spent 8 years in the circle, filming, working as a production assistant, and doing post-production operations. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he offended the Capitol and could see the end at a glance, and there was no hope of promotion. So, frustrated, he took another approach and registered an account on a certain website, becoming a master in the film and television field. With his professional knowledge and understanding of the industry, he did the job of explaining, spitting, and talking about, complaining, movies. Whenever a new movie is released, and the resources have not yet appeared, he who has watched it first will also post a single chapter spoiler review, which is mixed with some half-true gossip, to attract attention, and get some heat. Because of his humorous words and rich practical knowledge, he has attracted more than 2 million fans in 2 years. The benefits he gained from it far exceeded his previous career. However, just when he thought that Wandachu's dream was his future, he suddenly received a court summons. Because of his commentary and editing of movies, he was accused by DHOZ and other companies of unauthorized modification and infringing their copyright property rights by publicly transmitting them. Facing the strongest legal affairs in North America, he lost everything. After the verdict, when he returned home, his identity was exposed because he used sharp words to comment on the latest double female science fiction blockbuster released in the summer. He sprayed the plot and called it the end of the first year of science fiction, which led to his pursuit and attack by the fans of the first female lead. Just like his favorite sports category Comey author Short-Tailed Rabbit on Diana Yang, a hammer was swung and broke his old waist, and he was sent to the hospital overnight. When he woke up again, he had come from the mysterious east to the city of angels and became this guy called Roland Allen. He thought that his experience was miserable enough. However, after he finished reading the memoirs of the original owner of the body, he realized that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always better than you. This is not in vain. Although the original owner of the body likes to listen to Come and Get Your Love, he is not a father who beats his adoptive father, biological father and father-in-law. His life experience can be described in one sentence. He has a rich family, but he suffered a sudden disaster. Roland Allen was born in a good family. His mother is a Broadway drama actress. Her most outstanding achievement is the B-group heroine of the Phantom of the Opera. His father is a real estate developer, and most of his business is concentrated in Southern California. Although there is no golden retriever building, the scale is not small. Unfortunately, 2.5 months ago, when the old Allen couple went to San Francisco to participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the new building, they encountered a magnitude 6.9 earthquake on the Richter scale. The couple both died, and the family property fell to Roland Allen. If the parents were offering sacrifices to the gods, and their magic power was boundless, then it would be fine. As long as he can inherit the inheritance, he will still be a good man. But the inheritance tax with 17 levels of progressive tax rate became a stumbling block in front of him. Roland Allen was just a guy born in 1980 after all. Do you expect a 10-year-old kid to pay the full inheritance tax out of his own pocket? This is harder than getting the Dugun 9 swords and winning PUBG, right? If Los Angeles is replaced by Scotland, and Sherman Oaks is replaced by Loch Lomond, then I guess I can become the third generation of Sam Zahoj pendant, and enjoy round-faced fat chicken soup every day. Looking at the tender face in the mirror, Roland silently complained. Of course, these words were just kept in his heart and thought about it. Even if he had some complaints about his current age, this was something he had always dreamed of. Like many guys who looked forward to growing up in their childhood, but missed their childhood after growing up, he also looked forward to returning to the past. And now, his wish has come true. Although the location and time may be wrong, but this is good enough. After sighing, he brushed his teeth, and then took a morning bath as the locals do. When he threw the clothes he had changed into the washing machine, a thunderous clang suddenly came. "Roland, open the door. My mother is calling you to have breakfast." The high-pitched shout made Roland sigh. Since he crossed over, he has experienced this every morning. He opened the trembling door, and a guy with a similar height to Roland, but with a horizontal body shape, was standing at the door. Looking at the fat boy with a green cap on his head, Roland was a little confused. "James, it's a holiday today. Why don't you sleep at home, but come here so early to call me for breakfast?" Because Christmas and New Year's Day in America are very close, these two holidays are often consecutive. New Year's Day is the first day of the Gregorian calendar year. People just had a party last night, and not many people can get up like Roland today. The slightly curious question seemed to arouse the resentment of the fat boy. He took off his hat and rolled his eyes with a sigh. "Oh, Roland, I don't want to get up so early either. But my sister has to join the crew to film today. She has to go there at 10 AM. He shrugged his shoulders, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Roland laughed at his distressed look. Although he couldn't figure out what the hell was going on with filming on the first day of the new year. But 996 is a blessing after all. A capitalist who doesn't exploit is still a capitalist, so that's how it is. "Wait for me, I'll go upstairs to get a coat, and come down right away. Then hurry up." James stood at the door, too lazy to move. "Okay." Roland went upstairs without looking back. This guy named James, who was ordered to come and call Roland for breakfast, is actually a good brother of the original owner of the body. Of course, they have never taken a banana boat, and the parents James mentioned are Roland's current legal guardians. Although both parties are good brothers to each other, Roland has no blood relationship with their family. The reason why Roland was adopted by their family was entirely because the old Roland couple had some connection with them. James' mother was named Canetti, a retired dancer who was familiar with the late Roland mother on Broadway, and James' father David was Roland's business partner, and the two were neighbors. 2.5 months ago, the building that was cut in the ribbon and started construction in San Francisco was actually a project that David had been keeping a close eye on, but because their little princess had just been born and they were too busy to take care of everything, the old Roland couple took the initiative to do it. To put it bluntly, in the entire disaster, the old Roland couple might have been suspected of taking the brunt of the disaster. Because of this, after the bad news came out, David and the Canetti couple, who felt guilty, took the initiative to seek Roland's opinion. After learning that he did not want to leave the place where he had lived for many years, they used their connections to complete the guardianship and support procedures. Roland actually lived in his own house, and next door was James's house. The reason why he could live so comfortably was that the estate tax, after deducting the exemption, was paid by David out of his own pocket and transferred to Roland to help pay it. Of course, the hurdle of legal guardians of minors, which can never be circumvented, is not the focus of the matter. What really made Roland feel a little emotional was that Aunt Ganetti, who was familiar with his mother, and Uncle David, his father's business partner, had a son and 3 daughters. The eldest son was James, who came to call him for breakfast. The second and third daughters were twins. The elder sister was named Ashley and the younger sister was named Mary Kate. In addition, the fourth daughter, who was born last year, was named Elizabeth. That's right, the family that adopted Roland had the last name Olson. Note, after the release of Avengers 2 in 2015, the British Daily Telegraph did an exclusive interview with Olson in May. According to the interview transcript of reporter Amanda Friedman, Olson's father is a real estate developer in California and has never been short of money. Sherman Oaks, where she lived when she was young, is a wealthy white community because it takes more than 20 minutes to drive to Universal Studios next door, located in Universal City. Many Hollywood stars gather there, such as Lena Headey, the queen in Game of Thrones, who bought a house there. Olson and her family live there because it is convenient for her 2 sisters to film. On October 17, 1989, a magnitude 6.9 earthquake occurred in San Francisco, killing more than 270 people. Chapter 2 Breakfast. Good morning, Uncle David. This is a newspaper you ordered. When I came in, the postman was leaning out of the car window, trying to put the newspaper into the inbox. Really? He's delivering it now. Then he's late today. Thank you, Roland. Good morning, Aunt Ganetti. Your dress is so beautiful today. Oh, Roland, you have good taste. This is a New Year's gift from your Uncle David that he bought for me. Good morning, Ashley. Mary, why are you 2 yawning? Are you sleepy? Well, when Roland followed James into the other party's house, in the huge dining room, except for Elizabeth, who was not yet 1 year old and was sleeping upstairs, all other members had already sat down. David, who had a beard and wore a gray sweater, sat at the main seat. While taking the Los Angeles Times, he smiled and nodded at Roland. To his right were 2 child seats, and Ashley and Mary, who were dressed the same, were lying at the dining table, yawning sleepily, and the middle-aged white woman sitting between them, who was in charge of taking care of them, was their mother, Ganetti. The 2 sides had known each other for many years, so there was no need for polite words. As Roland and James sat down, all the members were present. There was no delay, and they went straight into the prayer session. When Ganetti spread the napkin on his legs, breakfast began. Paul, the author of Style, once cruelly revealed a fact. 100 years ago, obesity was a sign of success, but now, obesity is a sign of poverty. Fast food products, beer, and potatoes are their favorites, while the rich emphasize organic, eat spirulina, and invest more money in fitness. It is easy to get fat, but it is expensive to lose weight. As he said, high-calorie mass meals with heavy oil and sugar are not on the Olson family's table at all. There are no blood sausage, bacon, baked beans, cheese toast, or scones. Muesli and green smoothies are standard on the table, while boiled eggs, omelets, scrambled eggs, and poached eggs are optional. Of course, the omelets in the Olson family are not the same as those sold in restaurants, with cheese added. Scrambled eggs are really just scrambled eggs in the literal sense, without salt, oil, or seasoning. It seemed that they had been used to eating these things since childhood, but it was more like they were too sleepy to think. Even though there were waffles, blueberry muffins and other bread-like foods on the table, the listless Olson sisters did not clamor for food. They held straws in their mouths and sipped their green smoothies. Instead, James, who had a sweet tooth, took advantage of his parents' inattention and quietly stuffed a badger into his mouth. Looking at the food on the table, Roland was a little emotional. Although the taste of these things was light, the price was enough to crush more than 80% of the food. The green leafy vegetables and various fruits used to make 6 servings of green smoothies alone were enough for an ordinary couple to eat for a day. Although I'm 5 years younger than the one in Chicago, the living conditions are very different, he said to himself, and then Roland sped up, swallowing a boiled egg. finishing a plate of scrambled eggs, drinking a bowl of yogurt-soaked muesli, and then, in James's surprised eyes, he picked up a bottle of green smoothie. Roland, why do I feel that your appetite has improved? You never ate so much before. Roland's movements could not be hidden from others. After witnessing Roland's fighting power, James, who was extremely tired, suddenly became energetic. In fact, since half a month ago, he felt that the other party seemed to have changed. Not only did his personality become more cheerful, but his appetite also became bigger. You know, the two of them went to the same school. In the past, when they had lunch, he helped Roland eat the potato cubes and mashed potatoes on his plate. Like now? Not at all. Appetite has improved. Roland raised his eyebrows, and he also discovered this problem. Regardless of the past life or this life, he is not the glutton Randy who can devour everything by turning over the brim of his hat. In his past life, he could only eat a bowl of wonton in the morning, while the original owner of this body could only eat a bowl of muesli with an egg. But now, after eating so many things, he still feels that there is still space in his stomach. Could it be that, after traveling through time, I have the talent to swallow uncles? Of course, this nonsensical speculation is just his thought. The missing reel Roland left him a room full of comic books. Marvel, DC, all of them are included. In addition, the Dark Horse Comics, which was founded in 1986, is also collected. With these things, he should not think about the American comic high-level martial arts plane. But, it doesn't matter, if you don't think about it, things must be explained. Feeling the concerned eyes of Aunt Ganetti and Uncle David, Roland opened his mouth. Maybe. Is it because Auntie Ganetti's cooking is very good? Although they are all scrambled eggs, they are different from those sold in restaurants outside. No oil, no salt, no seasoning. And this green milkshake is sour and sweet, and tastes good. Hearing this, James' face rose. It's a pity that he has never been to a little girl. Otherwise, he would definitely find that Roland at this moment is very much like the second generation Dahlia who tasted Jiang Feng's cooking. Oh, my good brother, your head must have been kicked by a donkey, right? My mother's cooking is obviously grass. How can you still taste the smell of meat? However, Roland's words made the Olsons at the table laugh. Just like James. Since last month, they have found that Roland has changed. He has become more lively, more cheerful, and more talkative. Unfortunately, the current charity world peace is only a few months older than Roland. Otherwise, they would definitely think that Roland's Ren and Do meridians were opened by the other party's elbow. Unlike the bearded man, who had comprehended the Sharingan, he had the strongest mouth trick. James, look at Roland. He is as tall as you, but definitely not as heavy as you. Do you know why? Because Roland doesn't eat those high-calorie foods. Look at how healthy he is now. He doesn't have the fat on your body at all. I've told you many times that green smoothies are very delicious, but you just don't want to try it. Preaching to children happens in every country. It's a pity that Ganetti is a white man and doesn't have the talent of chanting like black people. He doesn't rhyme at all. But even so, the long words made James curl his lips. He looked back at Roland. He held his chin with one hand and scanned the plate. He was not interested in the food without oil and water. Why is Roland not as heavy as me? Isn't it because he doesn't eat much lunch provided by the school? Let him eat 2 hamburgers every day. It would be strange if he didn't grow sideways. It seemed that he felt that preaching early in the morning was not good, but it was more like protecting his son's self-esteem. Seeing that his wife was about to chatter, David, who was sitting in the main seat, wiped his mouth with a napkin, coughed, and interrupted the other party's words. James, it's okay to like meat, just exercise more. Ganetti, did you put oranges and cashews in the milkshake today? It tastes like tropical fruits. Very good. It seems that Roland and I have the same taste. In just 3 short sentences, the family preaching was directly suppressed. David knew his wife and knew that she was a dancer and paid attention to healthy diet and keeping in shape. He also knew his son, who was still young and underage and had poor self-control in eating. The former problem could not be solved and the latter problem needed time. In this way, it was the best choice to smooth things over and change the subject. After seeing his wife silent and his son speechless, he turned his eyes to the cause of the matter. Roland. Roland, what do you think about what I told you at the beginning of last month? If you want to give it a try, I'll go with you later. Don't be nervous. It doesn't matter if you fail. Just think of it as a fun trip. David saw and remembered Roland's changes in the past few days. From the dazed look when he learned that his parents had died, to the silence later, and then to the sudden cheerfulness half a month ago. Roland's transformation is very similar to Sarah Connor, who firmly believed that the day of judgment would come. When he was adopted, Roland became taciturn because of the death of his parents, which made David very distressed. In order to help him get out of the shadow of sadness, David consulted a psychologist. The other party's advice was either try to let Roland change his environment and temporarily get away from the school and family life, or develop his interests and hobbies so that he doesn't stay at home all day. These two suggestions made David suddenly enlightened. For their family, it is too easy to achieve the above 2 points at the same time. After returning home, he discussed it with his wife and asked her to use her connections to find a filming opportunity for Roland. The crew is part of life outside of the 2-point line, and filming is also a way to develop people's interests and hobbies. However, just when the couple had planned everything, at the beginning of last month, they found out about an audition opportunity and told Roland that they would take him there to play at the beginning of next month. But Roland, who had autistic tendencies, suddenly disappeared. The taciturn Roland became cheerful, and this sudden change also made the couple a little puzzled. Since he is better, is it necessary to take him to the set to play? David and Ganetti were a little undecided, so this matter was delayed again and again. Until today, the day of the audition was set. Note, Hong Kong calls green smoothie green vegetable juice. Taiwan calls it energy soup, but I prefer to use the literal translation and call it green milkshake, because this thing is more mysterious than Coca-Cola. The real main ingredient of the formula is green leafy vegetables, and the other ingredients. Open the refrigerator and add any fruit you want. The founder of Birchbox, a beauty e-commerce company acquired by American pharmaceutical giant Walgreens Boots Alliance, likes to drink this thing, and this thing can be a meal replacement. In Nolan's Batman trilogy, Christian Bale has many clips of drinking this thing. Chapter 3 Everything is under control. Filming. When Roland got David's idea, he put down the milkshake in his hand, wanting to continue watching the family education drama. He smiled towards the main seat, and at the same time, his thoughts flew away. Olson, what is it? This is a surname. But if you add the word sister, it specifically refers to the American TV star, who has mastered the legend of 400 million wealth at the age of 18. Her fame is comparable to the well-known father of TV comedy Bill Cosby. Once, they were included in the English test questions of the People's Education Press. If you say so, you have no impression. Then you can add Elizabeth. The Scarlet Witch in the Marvel movie is the youngest in the Olson family. That is the baby who is not yet 1 year old and is sleeping soundly upstairs. If you say that the awkward age of 10 years old cannot be associated with the City of Angels. If you say that the high inheritance tax is like the sword of Damocles, making Roland helpless and confused. What if we add the surname Olson and the two most famous child star sisters in North America? Everything will become clear. Isn't this a blatant hint for him to go back to his old job? In fact, after understanding his own situation, Roland, like all time travelers, thought about this question. What can he do now? Be a plagiarist? What a joke. There are so many words in Dan Nyang's work, and he only remembered the general idea. How can he copy it? Moreover, the factor of acclimatization must be considered. As for film and television scripts, forget about it. Not to mention whether he can copy it or not. He has already tasted the power of the rights protection maniac DHOZ in his previous life. If he copied a work from the script, reserve library of various film and television companies in this life, wouldn't he stand in the dock again? He didn't think he could beat those big guys. Continue to explain movies and write film reviews? Forget about it. Regardless of the copyright issue, even if the film review he wrote is worth 1,000 gold, what's the use? Doesn't he have to live by other people's faces? He can only comment on what others shoot. If a few years later, he suddenly encounters the Persian Kingsman, the Golden Circle with Arab protagonists, facing the Middle Eastern investors who shout Allahu Akbar. Should he comment on them? The risk is greater, and it is more difficult to do. As for the investment that time travelers like to do the most, this requires solving the problem of inheritance tax first. After picking and choosing, the paths that can be chosen are actually very limited. Following Uncle David's suggestion and waiting for an opportunity to enter the circle is indeed a good choice. However, after so many years in the circle, he understands that among the 360 professions, perhaps only this one is the most difficult. Not everyone is Travis Knight, who has a father who buys all the albums of his albums out of his own pocket when they are released. Not everyone is Eddie Redmayne, who can shoot whatever he wants. Not everyone is Johnny Depp, who can be on good terms with Nicolas Cage, the nephew of Francis Ford Coppola. Not everyone is Harrison Ford, who will not talk about his Jewish identity even when hanging out with George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. Not everyone is James Cameron, who can meet a good wife like Gail Hurd. Ben Affleck, the second generation rich man Matt Damon, once said that, when he first entered the industry, he had no fame, and he could give everything for the role. Before thinking of Matt Damon, who spared no effort to help Harvey Weinstein cover up the scandal, and Good Will Hunting invested and released by Miramax, the bitter past, before becoming famous is the road that all people without capital must go through. After all, even David Ellison and Megan Ellison have paid $200 million and $350 million in tuition fees in this industry. If it weren't for their father's investment in the end, they would have to go home to inherit Oracle and live a boring life dealing with money. The Olson sisters may be Roland's best helper at the moment, but it is not a good choice to use them as a child actor. How many so-called child actors can have a good ending? Lissel Matthews, the rich lady on the Forbes list? Sorry, her wealth is not made by filming. In addition to them, the Olsen sisters are the same. You don't really think that they dare to challenge the cable TV network and take back their portrait copyrights just by their popularity, right? But even so, they can't interfere much. If they really control thunder and lightning, then Roland's previous life, Olsen's sister, would not have been able to start a business by relying on independent films. Business is the core of Hollywood. No matter how good your acting skills are, without business, more than 90% of them will be classified as a niche. Besides, those who are willing to let their children of 10 years old or even younger join the entertainment industry, except for those born in performing arts families and those who already have the advantage of connections, are not the other families, just for the sake of making a living. Do you really think that everyone is Zio Marjet? How rich are ordinary families? Most of the parents of child actors are obsessed with profit and only want to make money. There are endless cases of child models who earn millions of dollars a year being kicked out, but that is just the tip of the iceberg reported. Unless the family is well off, who will care about the feelings of the children? The same is true for those film and television works. Children are more of a seasoning. Just like the clearly classified chick flicks. Matilda who falls in love with Leon. There are very few such roles. And this is exactly the most fatal point. In the previous life, Roland University did study acting. I played a psychopath who was throwing tantrums, a craftsman with a rustic atmosphere, and a high-class villain, but I never played a child. Unless it is a special case like Hao Ziyang. Otherwise, the script of a performance in which a tall and strong adult plays a child will basically add a mental illness background. What the actor is thinking about is actually the psychological cognitive disorder after the IQ is reduced. Apart from Children's Day, how many adults can play children? After experiencing the secular world, innocence will disappear. This is an irreversible behavior. If it were not for the three factors of physical, psychological, and life experience, why would the special classification of child actors appear? It's just like Wang Jing explained in Roundtable why Stephen Chow didn't personally play the new king of comedy. When a person reaches a certain age, he can't do what he did when he was young before. It's not because he has a burden or doesn't want to act, but because it's very inconsistent. This is a double resistance in spirit and psychology. So, this is very embarrassing. After losing the talent of a child, even if he can ignore the childishness, the background role that relies purely on cuteness will still be inconsistent when he plays it. Even if Uncle David and Aunt Ganetti help him get an audition, in the end, 9 out of 10 will be rejected. And the kind of rational roles that let children imitate adults, or comedy roles that require a certain amount of performance tension, these things that suit him are often relatively important child protagonists. As for the protagonist, regardless of whether it is a TV series or a movie, child protagonists are the product of capital manipulation. In this era, unless he has a godfather who wants to challenge the monopoly rules like Gwyneth Paltrow, otherwise, even with the nepotism of the Olsons, it is a waste to audition for a leading role. Although the resources are highly overlapped with his old profession, he is actually not inclined to enter the industry at this age. He knows his own strengths and weaknesses. Instead of wasting time on solving the disharmony that Stephen Chow, Jim Carrey and others can't overcome, it is better to spend more time studying hard and making progress every day. What he has in his mind is a treasure. Finding the original capital and then digging out the treasure is much more interesting than being a background board for children. Of course, the Olsons are kind after all. They just hope that Roland can get out of that shadow. Not only that, in the next few years, they will be Roland's guardians. In this case, following the other party's wishes and showing one's normality may be the wisest choice. It's just a waste of one day. After this day, he can still plan his own life. Unlike the previous life of drifting with the tide and striving to move forward, now he feels that everything is under his control. Note, Bill Cosby, who has won the Emmy Award for 6 consecutive years, is a famous comedian in North America. Depp was brought into the industry by Cage, and A Nightmare on Elm Street was won by Cage. Harrison Ford's mother is a Russian Jew. According to maternal inheritance, he is also a Jew. Liesl Matthews is a member of the Pritzker family, one of the North American giants. The Carey Hotel Group is just one of the assets. The Pritzker Prize, the Nobel Prize in Architecture, was founded by J. Pritzker, the founder of the Pritzker family. After the separation, Liesl Matthews took away $1 billion and went directly to Forbes. Hao Ziyang, a special actor, played the role of Huang Fihong, the brother of Liu Crossing in Home with Kids. Because of his height, he played the role of a child for more than 10 years, but he couldn't support it after getting married. Although his height remained the same, his experience was too much, and it was too awkward to act. Wang Jing's review of the new king of comedy comes from the 3rd episode of the 4th season of Roundtable, 20,190,826. In the show, Wang Jing explained why Sandra Ng and Stephen Chow didn't play those young characters with distinct personalities. Age is the real hurdle for actors. After that age, you can't act out many things. Not only is it awkward, but it's also easy to have a mental breakdown. Chick flick, a female movie, to put it simply, is a movie with love as the main line. It is one of the more than 20 categories in Hollywood, and it is very representative. Chapter 4 seems to have flipped over. Since Roland was just going through the motions and just wanted to prove to the Olsons how normal Roland, who had changed his soul, was, he nodded in response. He didn't have any hope for the audition, and didn't ask the enthusiastic couple anything about it. TV series or movie? How old was the character he was auditioning for? What type of character was he auditioning for? He didn't know any of these basic elements to understand before the audition. And he didn't think of asking. The Olsen sisters are now the popular little daughters of Americans, but their popularity will not be fully realized. No matter how guilty the Olsons were, those high-end crews would not extend an olive branch to Roland, who knew nothing, because of the existence of the Olsen sisters. What's more, the original intention of the couple was to pull Roland, who was in autism, out of the shadow of losing his parents. Therefore, in Roland's opinion, finding a crew and getting 2 insignificant small roles to distract the original owner of the body may be the key for the couple to quickly find the role quota. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, the crew found by the Olsons is the Full House, where the Olsen sisters are now. After all, communicating with your own people is the most time-saving and labor-saving way. However, when the car drove into the Universal Studios, Roland, who wanted to get off with the main group, was stopped by David. "Roland, why are you getting off the car?" This question made Roland look confused. "You ask me why I get off the car? Didn't you call me out for an audition, Uncle David?" I don't have to get off the car. Roland was confused at the moment. He pointed at the large group that was getting farther and farther away and asked in confusion, but James and the others have already followed. According to American law, children under the age of 12 must be looked after at all times to avoid danger caused by their ignorance. Children under the age of 12 cannot be left alone at home. If this happens and is reported by enthusiastic neighbors, not only will the child be taken away by the welfare agency, but even the parents will be prosecuted by the police. Because Ashley and Mary were filming today, it was impossible for Canetti to stay at home to look after James. In addition, Roland accepted David's invitation, so James and Elizabeth, who were not related, were dragged out together. It was normal for James to go there because he followed Canetti today. But you are different. You followed me today. Our target is not the current Universal Studios. What? Roland thought he might have heard it wrong. The target is not in Universal Studios? Then where is it? Roland was a little strange. In his memory, the reason why the Olson sisters entered the entertainment industry had nothing to do with their parents. Due to their good family background, the Olson couple had no need to drive their children out to make money. The reason why they were selected by the crew, filmed, and eventually became famous was entirely because when Canetti took the Olson sisters to a friend's house to play, they happened to meet someone in the circle. At that time, the crew of Full House needed a girl who was not yet 1 year old, so the Olson sisters were selected by mistake under the recommendation of someone in the circle. Filming was an accident, and becoming famous was also an accident. What's more, if the Olson couple really lacked money, it would be impossible for them to sign a contract with the crew in the name of the elder sister Ashley. That's right, because they were afraid that the children would be tired. The Olson sisters always took turns when filming. Whenever they were a little tired, Canetti would replace another one. Many people may think that this is exploiting children. But in fact, there are 2 people filming, but they can get the salary of 1 person. As for the situation where 2 people appear in the film at the same time, that would only happen after the Olsons divorced. In this situation of mixing in the circle of Buddha, this couple actually found another crew because of him. This situation surprised Roland. However, it also gave him a good understanding of the relationship between the Olsons and the old Rolands. It seems that if I ask them to learn professional knowledge, there is a 90% chance that they will help me. Of course, although Roland was puzzled by the Olsons' magical powers, he still did not ask for the specific content. He got in the car, fastened his seatbelt, and handed everything to David. When he saw David driving the car to Burbank and parked it in the Fox studio as the car swayed with the car body, he realized that things might be beyond his expectations. The Fox studio is very large, and the reception hall for people to come in and out is full of people. The people in a hurry passed by him, and no one paid special attention to Roland. Although he was just a child, children were too common here. Especially now, there are dozens of families in the huge reception hall. Looking at those little guys who are about the same age as him, Roland even has the illusion of returning to school. Here, is it a film set? While David was communicating with the staff to check the registration information, Roland looked around. The crowds of people reminded him of the scene when he went to the scenic spot during the holidays in his previous life. After a quick count, there were a total of 50 children on the scene, including himself. And this number made him feel what it means to have a headache. Could it be that I predicted it wrong? Thinking of the analysis he had just made before answering, Roland felt that something was wrong. What kind of crew needs so many children? Is this a choir or a kindergarten? If it doesn't need so many children, what kind of role will attract so many parents to compete? In his previous life, when he changed his career to become an executive producer, he also cooperated with the casting director to do recruitment. At the beginning, it was already very good that an insignificant background role could attract more than a dozen people. Even if this is Los Angeles, the place with the most developed entertainment industry in the world, so many children competing for a role is too terrifying, right? After waiting for a while, when David came over with the filled-in form, Roland finally couldn't help it. Uncle David, why are there so many people here? Although Roland was far less natural than when he greeted each other in the morning, and his tone was a little more restrained. David was not only not confused, but also very happy. In his opinion, this is the normal behavior of children. In places other than school and Disneyland, he saw many children of the same age as himself. If he didn't ask questions and was calm and composed, it would seem a little too old. What David wanted was naturally not Roland's maturity after pretending to be strong. He just hoped that his friend's children could grow up healthily. Roland, don't be nervous. They are all here to audition like you. This is just a part of them. According to Fox's recruitment data, the number of auditions is 200. Like me. Participate in the audition? The total number of people reached 200? Hearing this, Roland's mouth twitched. Oh my god. What is going on? What kind of magical role did this couple find for me? Roland, who previously felt that his plan was correct, is now a little confused. He felt that if he didn't ask, something big might happen later. Raising his head and looking at the familiar face, Roland finally asked what was in his mind. Uncle David, can you tell me what kind of role you and Aunt Ganetti found for me? The sudden serious words attracted David's attention. Looking around, he lowered his eyes slightly as he sighed at the large number of people. Looking at the doubt that flashed across the young face, he smiled and patted Roland on the shoulder. Roland, you never asked me about this before. I thought you really had no interest in acting. What kind of role did Ganetti find for you? I don't know. When I asked Ganetti to find out about the crew for you last month, she happened to know that there was a crew that needed to recruit children around 10 years old, and the crew also specifically stated that the children who applied must have no acting experience. You are 10 years old and have no acting experience, so I asked Aunt Ganetti to sign you up. What? No acting experience? What kind of conditions are these? If the audition location was not at the Fox studio, he would even suspect that this was a scam. There are so many scammers in Hollywood that they can make a TV series. There are countless dream chasers here, and they are the fat sheep in the eyes of scammers. Many scammers, taking advantage of the desire of everyone to become famous, fabricate a project to attract those who want to become famous to sign up, collect a certain fee, and then disappear. Don't think that Rox's experience in the movie Chicago only existed in the 1920s. As long as someone wants to become famous, there will be endless leaks in this industry. Roland felt the blood vessels on his forehead jump a few times. Although the temperature in the room was only more than 20 degrees, he still felt very hot. Then can I know who the director is? Or, are there any famous people in this crew? Roland in his previous life explained nearly 1,000 movies. No matter whether it was a big hit or a niche, as long as it had a certain degree of fame, he could recall it. After all, this was not his interest, it was his job. Although David didn't understand why Roland suddenly cared so much about this audition. But since Roland wanted to know, he didn't hide it. His goal was to let Roland really get out of the shadow of his parents' death. Now Roland wanted to know other things. He was so happy that he couldn't wait. Why should he hide it? Director? You won't know him, even if I tell you. Chris Columbus. Do you know him? He was a screenwriter before, and has only made 1 or 2 movies. Besides, you probably haven't seen any of his movies. Besides him, there are some famous people. John Hughes, the producer of this movie. But you probably don't know him either. What are you talking about? When David said 2 names lightly, Roland suspected that he had heard wrongly. He looked at David with a dull expression, his mouth opened as wide as an angel baby. Chris Columbus? How could he not know this director? And John Hughes? This guy is even more famous. Note, in the movie Chicago, the heroine Roxy was deceived by a relative who claimed to be a producer. No matter which world you are in, apart from the early stage of entertainment development, being discovered by a scout is just a dream. The entertainment industry is actually very closed. When the Olson sisters were filming Full House, the crew did sign only Ashley for 2 reasons. The first was that the crew only wanted 1 girl, and the second was that taking turns to shoot could avoid inspections from the Child Protection Association. Chapter 5. No matter where you go, there are people with connections everywhere. As a filmmaker with the same surname as the discoverer of the American continent, Chris Columbus played an extremely important role in Roland's previous life. Although he has never participated in international A-level film festivals, let alone tried to get involved in the Golden Globe Oscar, he is the founder of the most popular magic series Harry Potter in film history. The Sorcerer's Stone and Chamber of Secrets directed by him made the world best-selling magic literature a reality, and Sorcerer's Stone was the leader in the series' reputation list until the release of the final chapter Deathly Hallows, Part 2, Full of Emotions, which knocked it from the top of the list. John Hughes is a famous American director and a master of youth films. No one can compare with him in portraying the psychology of teenagers. The Breakfast Club is his masterpiece, with a cost of $1 million, a box office of $50 million, and a return rate of 50 times, which made him famous in Hollywood, and his film No Time for Edding was hailed as the Bible of truancy, and the truancy whirlwind it created swept across North America. These two are both big names. In Roland's memory, they did work together. Although he didn't get the audition script and didn't know the audition role, the year 1990 and Fox Film Studios made him guess the name of the entire project, Home Alone. Apart from this project, no other movie can completely match the existing known conditions. But if the number of auditions is added to 200, the role he auditioned for is also obvious. Kevin McAllister, the protagonist of Home Alone. The audition project that the Olsons found for themselves turned out to be Home Alone. Roland didn't know what to say. What kind of movie is Home Alone? The most popular Christmas comedy in the 1990s, no doubt about it. Not only that, it is also the highest grossing Christmas comedy in the Guinness Book of World Records. This record will not be broken for the next 30 years. The protagonist Macaulay Culkin became famous overnight with this movie. After the second part was filmed, his salary soared to $8 million, and he became the most expensive child star in Hollywood. And now, such a project is in front of him? Roland was a little surprised. After losing the innocent talent of a child, he could no longer play those cute real child roles. But Kevin McAllister, the protagonist of Home Alone, is not that kind of real child role. Kevin in the movie is a little kid, fighting the gangsters with wisdom, and the calmness and wisdom he showed are far beyond his peers. Not only that, because this is a comedy, the movie is full of exaggerated actions and exaggerated expressions. These performances have nothing to do with the innocence of children. Most importantly, at the end of the movie, Kevin's words to persuade the old neighbor showed the thinking logic of an adult, and these things happened to be what Roland had. But possession is possession, and sweetability is sweetability. Even when Home Alone, a great start, was placed in front of Roland, he was only excited for a moment. He was not moved at all, because he understood that this movie and this role were not obtained through hard work. In fact, this was a predetermined role. In his previous life, when editing and explaining Home Alone, Roland had checked a lot of information. He knew that John Hughes, the producer and screenwriter of Home Alone, was a friend of Macaulay Culkin's father. He knew that the inspiration for the movie Home Alone came from Uncle Buck, a work that John Hughes and Macaulay Culkin collaborated on in 1989. He knew that the role of Kevin McAllister belonged to Macaulay since its inception. An open audition of 200 people. It was just a formality. As a producer, John Hughes needed to give an explanation to Fox, and he had to find a reason for Macaulay's selection. Just as Roland had thought before, no matter whether it was a TV series or a movie, child protagonists were the product of capital manipulation. The Olsons might be able to help him get an audition, but that was the limit. Their arrival was just a formality, and the fact was just as he expected. When the audition began, he did not get any attention from John Hughes when he entered the venue. At the instruction of the casting director, he first introduced himself, and then the examiner asked questions. With the basic skills of his previous life and the logical thinking of an adult, his answers satisfied the casting director behind the audition table. But unfortunately, here, there is no difference between getting 90 points and getting 0 points. Because there is no second round for this audition. After Roland finished performing his talent, he stared at the audition table and could clearly see that, while the two casting directors lowered their heads to communicate, their eyes kept glancing in the direction of John Hughes and Chris Columbus. They obviously had something to say, but in front of the word predetermined, everything seemed so pale and powerless. In the end, they just talked with director Columbus for a while, and then let Roland go home. This result also made Roland, who had lived a new life, sigh with emotion. A person with connections, a person with connections. There are people with connections everywhere. Because he was whispering, David did not hear his words clearly, but the expression of shaking his head with emotion was seen by the other party. Seeing that Roland was not in a good mood, David, who brought him here, was also unhappy. He brought Roland here to relax the little guy, not to make Roland unhappy. However, the result of the audition was not something he could control. Roland, it's okay. In a person's life, you may encounter various problems, some of which will affect your life, and some will hurt your heart, but these things are actually not important. Looking forward and making yourself live a better life is the most important thing. Feeling the big hand patting his shoulder, Roland laughed. Perhaps, this is what the other party has always wanted to say to the real Roland. Uncle David, I'm fine. I don't care, because I didn't expect to be chosen from the beginning. Don't care? How is it possible? Although Roland has always felt that entering the industry at this age is not a good choice. But the treasure in his head needs money to dig. Home Alone can help him dig for treasures, but if he can't get this movie, there is nothing he can do. Of course, even if he can choose to travel through time, he will not choose Macaulay Culkin. Compared with the Olsons, the Culkins are too black-hearted. Everyone hopes that their life can have a great start, but even if they don't get it, they can't waste time on jealousy. During dinner, perhaps because David told everything, so Ganetti and others did not ask Roland about the process and results of the audition. After a quick meal, Roland got up and said goodbye, went back to the next room, washed up, and lay down on the bed. In the night, Roland stared at the ceiling with blurred vision and sighed. Other time travelers have cheats, why don't I have them? It's okay if I don't have them, but my age doesn't allow me to use them, which is very troublesome. After sighing for a while, Roland threw away the depression in his mind. The one who can get a perfect start by turning into a lemon essence is Shencheo. Roland doesn't know magic, so he shouldn't complain about it here. Clearing his mind and closing his eyes. That night, Roland had a dream. He dreamed that he entered the industry. Not only that, he also replaced Macaulay Culkin and became the protagonist of Home Alone. However, just as he was watching David in his dream and signing the Guardian column of the contract, the music of Come and Get Your Love suddenly came. Opening his eyes, Roland looked at the clock with full energy. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. I dream of being the protagonist of Home Alone. How deeply I have been hurt by capital. Roland, sitting at the head of the bed, laughed at himself. In his previous life, he was kicked out of the circle by capital because he offended a young man. Because of this, he was very calm after learning that his audition role belonged to Macaulay Culkin. Because, having seen the power of capital, he understood that fairness is never shouted out from the throat. There is no need to reminisce about the taste of failure. For Roland, constantly recalling the past is a waste of time. Brush your teeth, wash your face, take a shower, and go into the study to record the general situation. However, just when he wanted to record the treasure in his head in abbreviated text and wanted to find a path that suits him, a sound like thunder came suddenly. Roland, open the door. My mom is calling you to have breakfast. Note, in 2015, when Home Alone was 25 years old, the New York Daily News and other media outlets jointly made an anniversary report for the crew of Home Alone. In the interview, director Chris Columbus said that the protagonist of the film was Macaulay Culkin from the beginning. Producer and screenwriter John Hughes was a friend of his father. Macaulay was not on the list of 200 auditions. He auditioned alone in New York. John Hughes was deceased at the time of the interview. As for the idea of using newcomers, it was Chris Columbus who proposed it. Brent Simmons' interview manuscript. In March 2007, Macaulay's autobiographical novel Junior was officially published. ISBN 1,401,360,181. Published by Miramax Books. In the article, he disclosed his family situation. His father was an actor who had been exploiting his children. After learning that the protagonist of John Hughes' new play was a child, he strongly recommended his son to the other party. PS1, I will update once a day before changing my status. PS2, I'm a new author and I have a new book. Please support me with your recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 6, Reborn Again. Call me to have breakfast. Roland, who had not yet sorted out his thoughts, put down his pen helplessly. Although he was not very hungry, he still picked up his coat and went downstairs. This is the disadvantage of not being an adult. You have to be controlled in everything you do. Pulling open the trembling door, the fat boy was still wearing the green hat from yesterday. On his tired face, there were a few words written all over. I want to sleep. His lifeless eyes were comparable to the big bearded man who saw Houston at 4 in the morning every day. This situation also made Roland curious. James, you obviously know that Ashley and Mary are going to shoot a scene again. If that's the case, why don't you go to bed early at night? Why do you have to fight with yourself? Roland's words made James, who wanted to say hello to him, look confused. Before his soft hand was raised, a ravine had already appeared between his eyebrows. Huh? Roland, how do you know my sister is going to film today? Did my mother tell you about this? That shouldn't be the case. I only found out after I was called up this morning. My father was just complaining about my mother. Even he doesn't know about this. As his tone rose, the distress on his face disappeared, replaced by a sudden surprise. Those wide eyes looked like those children who knew they were sent here for recharging their phone bills. After hearing James's doubtful words, Roland also blinked in confusion. He felt that the guy in front of him had a problem with his brain. Do you think you are the great detective Wade Wilson in a Pikachu skin? There is no Mewtwo in this world, so stop pretending to have amnesia here. Your sister joined the crew to film yesterday, and today is the second day. Although he wanted to vomit in his heart, Roland still shut his mouth when he saw James looking like he was about to fall down at any time. He just regarded the James in front of him as having the same attributes as the guy with the same name. After all, that person often forgot what he had done and said. He shrugged his shoulders, not delving too deeply into the matter, closed the door, and left with the other person. However, just as he crossed the yard and entered the courtyard of Olson's house, a sharp break suddenly came. Turning his head, he saw a mail truck with smoking tires parked at the door in an oblique manner. The postman in work clothes leaned half of his body out of the window and tried to put the newspaper in his hand into the inbox. This situation made Roland raise his eyebrows. He clearly remembered that the postman appeared in the same way yesterday morning. Sir, you'd better give me the newspaper. I just want to go in. Roland turned around, came to the door of the yard, and stretched out his hand to the bald man. The postman was very strong. If it weren't for his dark skin, he would even suspect that Don had changed his career. Okay, here you go. The postman leaned forward and glanced at the open door, then handed the newspaper to Roland with a smile. Sir, have you changed the time for delivering newspapers? Starting from yesterday, will you deliver at this time in the future? While taking the newspaper, Roland also remembered what David said yesterday morning. The postman in front of him was obviously late again. Starting from yesterday? Changing the time. The postman, who wanted to step on the accelerator and leave the scene, was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. No, we have always delivered at 6 o'clock. Today, the car from the headquarters was late and the newspapers didn't come, so we were a little late. What? Roland felt something was wrong. How come even you, a guy, started to lie with your eyes open? Sir, didn't we just meet yesterday? Roland felt that he needed to expose the other party's lies. How is that possible? The postman frowned, stared at Roland for a few seconds, and then relaxed again. Little boy, don't joke with your uncle, okay? I'm going to continue delivering newspapers. You come into the house quickly. Looking at the taillights of the car that was leaving quickly and listening to the sudden roar of the engine, Roland blinked again. Are you kidding? He is not Billy Batson. Why would he joke with others? Curling his lips, Roland was deeply suspicious of the postman's character. He felt that this guy was afraid that he would call to complain, so he refused to admit it. However, when he lowered his head to clean the newspapers and wanted to take a look at today's headlines, the date on it made him stunned on the spot. January 1st, 1990. I'm a bitch. What's going on? Roland rubbed his eyes and quickly browsed the front page headlines. When he found that the content was exactly the same as the news he saw yesterday, Roland, who was confused, immediately recalled what James had just said. "Did I misunderstand James?" Roland muttered to himself and felt that something was wrong. He rushed into the house decisively. When he saw Canetti wearing the new dress that he had praised yesterday, he felt that things might be beyond his expectations. As he was stunned, the figure standing there naturally attracted the attention of David and Canetti. The couple looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's hearts. "Roland, what happened?" After finding that Roland's cheeks were pale, Canetti stood up with concern and came to his side. "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Dizzy?" Or while asking, she had already moved closer. Their foreheads touched each other, as if she wanted to use this method to quickly check Roland's body temperature. "Dizzy?" Yes, Roland was indeed a little dizzy now. He felt that his heartbeat was as fast as the big devil who served the ball from the sideline twice in a row. Taking a deep breath, Roland forced himself to calm down. Looking at the anxious Canetti squatting in front of him, Roland's voice was a little trembling. "Aunt Canetti, I'm not feeling uncomfortable. I just remembered something." "What is it?" Canetti did not believe Roland's words and asked neatly. "Today is January 1st, 1990? Roland's tone was a little uncertain. "Yes, is there a problem? We just celebrated the new year last night." Canetti nodded. "Yes, but I remember you told me at the beginning of last month that there was an audition this month. But I forgot and didn't prepare." Roland forced a smile. At this moment, he was like a primary school student who had left his homework on the plane. However, after hearing Roland's words, Canetti, who had been paying attention to him, was relieved immediately. She thought something was wrong with Roland. Unexpectedly, he was just worried about such a small matter. "Oh, baby, do you still remember this? The audition I told you about last time was actually today. But you don't have to be nervous. Even if you forgot, it doesn't matter. They chose him as the protagonist of movie with a multi-million-dollar investment. We took you there just to join in the fun." Just as Canetti opened his arms to hug Roland and patted his back with his right hand to comfort him, David, who had taken off his glasses, came to his side and looked at him with a smile. "Roland, if you feel that the audition has caused you a lot of trouble, we won't go later. If you forget, you forget. This kind of thing is not as important as the newspaper in your hand. It doesn't matter whether you go to the audition or not, but if you don't read the newspaper, you will miss a lot of important news." Although the Olsons kept instilling in Roland the concept that auditions were not important, wanting to get this child who felt that he might have done something wrong out of his predicament, these light and comforting words were like thunder out of the blue for Roland. The sudden pain in his head was like being hit by a hammer from Chris Hemsworth. Audition? Of course it's not important. The important thing is, could today really be January 1st, 1990? Am I reborn again? What a joke. With fear and doubt, Roland ate 5 bowls of muesli this time. Perhaps Roland's behavior just now was too abnormal. Even though James was curious about his appetite, he didn't ask questions like he did yesterday. After seeing him finish eating, David also made a suggestion to the little guy, who might be scared. "Roland, how about we not go today?" "Not going? How can this be possible?" Although the protagonist of Home Alone was already decided, Roland going again would just be a waste of time. But Roland, who has watched thousands of movies and read hundreds of millions of words of online articles, feels that his short rebirth may not be that simple. Most of the January 1st, 1990 in his mind is related to the audition. In this case, if he doesn't go, how can he prove that the present in which he lives is definitely the yesterday that has passed? Chapter 7. Making friends out of nothing. Since Roland felt that he had no problem and wanted to go to the audition studio, David did not persuade him too much. Just like yesterday, after sending the Olson sisters to Universal, David drove Roland to the Fox studios. The reception hall full of people was so familiar to Roland. While David and the staff were checking the registration information form, Roland looked around. When he found that a guy about his age was sitting alone in the waiting seat opposite, a flash of inspiration flashed through Roland's brain like a jinx. He took a step forward and walked over with big strides. At the same time, his face was filled with unexpected excitement. "Hey, Jack. Why are you here too?" The sudden enthusiastic call made the bored blonde boy stunned on the spot. He looked up and looked at Roland. The slightly immature face was full of doubts and confusion. Fortunately, the big ship has not yet appeared. Otherwise, this guy would definitely think that Roland was reciting Rouse's lines. Looking around, seeing that Roland was indeed calling his name, the little guy shook his head decisively and denied, "Sorry, I think you may have recognized the wrong person. My name is not Jack." "Oh, Jack, don't joke. I know you go to Wonderland Street Primary School." Although he knew that the other party was true, Roland still didn't believe it and said to himself, "I didn't expect you to come to the audition. I remember that you don't like acting, right? How come your parents forced you to come? No, you must have recognized the wrong person. My name is Leslie Robertson, and I go to Warner Street Primary School." Facing the extremely enthusiastic Roland, the blonde boy seemed a little uncomfortable. He moved his butt and turned his head to look at the registration desk from a distance. He looked confused and nervous, just like the star-nosed mole speckles who would go blind if he lost his glasses. Such actions were naturally seen by Roland. He knew that the little guy in front of him might be restless. This was Fox Film Studios after all. If this old friend Leslie Robertson in front of him started shouting, it would be no fun. So, as the other party denied it again and again, Roland put away his confident smile and apologized for making a friend out of nothing. "Oh, sorry, then I might have recognized the wrong person. You and one of my friends look alike." "Really? Of course." Seeing that Roland's words did not seem to be false, Leslie, who wanted to call her mother, was relieved. Like Roland, if it weren't for the crew recruiting inexperienced people, he would not have been pulled here by his mother. Everything on the set was unfamiliar to him, and Roland's enthusiasm gradually relaxed him. Although before coming, Leslie's mother had told Leslie not to communicate with strangers. But, no matter how defensive a child is, how can he fight against Roland, who is full of lies? In his previous life, Roland had been through many battles and could perfectly deal with a series of difficult blind date questions, such as will you give up your seat to an elderly person when you take the bus? Can you swim at home? Will your parents call you if you go home late? Etc. After these baptisms, even if he still can't sell crutches, he can still fool little friends. After a few casual chats, Roland collected Leslie's basic information. The other party told Roland very confidently that this was his first time to come to Fox Studios. Not only that, it was also his first time to meet Roland. Perhaps every auditioner who signed up was like Roland. Leslie did not get the corresponding information about the movie from his mother, and with the return of Leslie's mother, Roland knew that the assessment ranking of this old friend in front of him was just ahead of his own. Looking at Leslie who was about to enter, Roland clenched his right hand and waved at him. "Come on, Leslie." "Thank you." Roland's every move had actually attracted David's attention a long time ago. Looking at the smiling little guy beside him, David was in a good mood, although he still had doubts. He brought Roland out to relax him. If the audition would cause Roland the same trouble as in the morning, he would take Roland away without saying anything. For him, the little star's salary for filming was not enough to fill his teeth. His time was far more precious than this audition opportunity. If Roland was not the son of an old friend, he would not care so much about Roland's inner health. Looking at Roland's smiling face with interest, he lowered his body with his arms around him and asked in a calm tone, "How do you know him? Are you classmates? Or friends?" "No, we just met." Roland shook his head and denied. "Really? You just arrived and you met a new friend?" If Gannetti knew, he would definitely be very happy. The corners of his mouth were raised, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. The two smiled at each other and said nothing more. David was happy that his goal had been achieved, while Roland was happy that the situation was the same. After confirming that the day he lived was the day that had passed, Roland was extremely happy. For him, auditions were no longer useful. About 5 minutes later, Leslie, who was full of frustration, walked out of the audition room. Since the other party's mother was always with him, Roland just smiled at her and gave up. As for Leslie's audition result, wasn't it written on his face? When it was his turn to enter the room, all the procedures were exactly the same as yesterday. Self-introduction, examiner questions, talent show. Since everything Roland showed was not much different from yesterday, director Chris Columbus and producer John Hughes, who were sitting behind the audition table, did not cast a surprised look at him. And with Roland's departure, everything went on in an orderly manner. Because Roland knew the result and did not show any surprise, during dinner that night, Canetti, who had not heard any gossip, asked him about the audition. "I think I did well, but the producer and director seem to have already been chosen." Everyone laughed at his confident words. Not only that, David, who was sitting next to him, added, "Although he didn't succeed, Roland made a friend today. It seems to be from Warner Street Elementary School." "Right, Roland? Of course, but he seems to have failed too." The extremely casual question and answer made Canetti smile like a flower. She glanced at her husband and saw him nod implicitly. A feeling called happiness instantly climbed into her heart. It seems the psychologist's advice is effective. If this kind of activity can help Roland, it can actually be carried out more in the future. Of course, these words were just kept in her mind and she just thought about them. Every audition opportunity is actually something that can only be encountered by chance. This time, she just got lucky and ran into it. As for when the next one will be, she actually didn't know. However, even if she was unsure, it didn't matter, because Roland didn't care about these things at all. What he wanted to do now was to confirm his guess. After dinner, he was in a good mood and greeted everyone with a smile, then got up and said goodbye. After crossing the courtyard and returning home, he didn't take a shower and sleep immediately, but went into the study and moved a pile of comics placed in it back to the bedroom. Not only that, he also threw the wake-up alarm into the study. After doing all this, he washed up and went back to his room. He locked the door and windows. After confirming that outsiders could not enter the house unless violent means were used, he climbed onto the bed and fell asleep quietly. Although he was worried, Roland still fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. That night, Roland had another dream. He dreamed that he had entered the industry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Time Loop. Hey, what's the matter with your head? Yeah, hey, what's the matter with your mind and your sign? And oh, the familiar music, like an invisible hand, pulled Roland out of his dream. Although he had another night of dreaming, and it still stopped abruptly at the most critical moment, he did not indulge in illusions at this moment, but got up with full energy, and looked at the bedroom in front of him. The comic book that he had placed on the bedside last night was gone. Instead, it was replaced by the alarm clock that he had thrown into the study. He pressed the pause button, got up hurriedly, and rushed into the study with an uneasy heart. When he saw that the comic books he had moved back to the bedroom were now neatly placed on the bookshelf, an excited smile clung to his face. This should be his third New Year's Day. He seemed to have entered a time loop. The term time loop is not unfamiliar to Roland, who has watched thousands of movies and made nearly 1,000 commentary videos. The classic movie Groundhog Day in 1993 is a time loop theme, the beginning of live-action movies, and the subsequent Run Lola Run, Source Code, Edge of Tomorrow, The Grim Reaper, and Happy Death Day just replaced some element. This theme has a wide impact on filmmakers and audiences. You know, even Christopher Nolan's practice work Doodlebug before his debut is interpreting a permanent cycle that cannot be measured by time. In addition, this setting also appears in Dan Nyang's novels. Roland's favorite authors and he too, whose protagonist Guoxiu has this ability. Of course, no matter what type of work it is, the protagonists will live the same day repeatedly. Roland feels that what he is facing now is this situation. As for why it happened, it is probably because the hammer that broke his waist before crossing over cast a kind of magic on him. As for his mood at the moment, he pinched his thigh hard, and the sudden pain could not suppress the smile on his mouth. He sat upright and walked straight, and could answer the question Palace Jade wine, 180 yuan a cup with ease. He had no guilt in his heart, and had accepted such a surreal thing as time travel. Even if there was a time loop now, could it scare him to death? Besides, at this moment, he was too happy to wait. Having seen so many works about time loops, Roland certainly understood how powerful this ability was. In the novel Legends of Tomorrow by Diane Yang, Guoxiu, who had the ability to time loop, went to planet T-17 to play basketball. In the movie Source Code, although Jake Gyllenhaal, the Mysterio who once played Brockback with the Joker Heath Ledger, did not have Edith derived from the second structure, he regained his life with the 8-minute infinite loop, and while gaining love, he also dealt with terrorists and saved Chicago. In Edge of Tomorrow, the omnipotent Ethan Hunt has become a rookie, but in this first-person shooter game, he cheated and got 300 lives. In the end, he cleared the game with a little blood, unlocked the second round, and also received a reward called the Heroine. As for the originator of the time loop live-action movie Groundhog Day, this radio host had not yet lost in Tokyo with Black Widow. He was the protagonist closest to Roland with his unhappy life. But even so, this guy full of negative energy still learned a lot of skills in the time loop, and became the most popular guy in the town. In the end, he successfully captured the heroine, and took her home. Roland was a little excited when he thought that on December 31st, he was still a little kid troubled by inheritance tax and guardians, and after January 1st, he became a guy who could cast the sword and thunder to explode the 7 deadly sins with the slogan of Shazam. Are you afraid that you can't dig out the treasure in your head? With the superpower of time loop, he can learn knowledge just like in the movie. Even if he doesn't have the bonus of the black technology system, can't handle the Riemann hypothesis, can't do controlled nuclear fusion, can't go to the moon, can't go to Mars, but he can always learn other things, right? With such a big outlet as the internet in front of him, it's totally okay to start learning from deleting databases to running away and be a pig on the outlet, right? The treasure in the head needs money to dig. Sorry, after the time loop, he can also dig it with his hands. It's rich. With the time loop, what else do I need? A bicycle? Return to the old business? Enter the industry to make movies? Have you seen any guy become the richest man by making movies? The retard Jack Ma is my goal. Okay. After having money, won't the loop of Kung Fu be pulled casually? Roland hammered the table excitedly. He felt that his previous breakfast analysis was correct. It's right not to enter the industry at this age. As for the refresh every other day in the time loop, the situation of going back to the file again, he doesn't have to worry about this. When he was explaining those movies, he pointed out the bugs in the time loop works to his fans directly. No matter what type of work, as long as the protagonist is trapped in the time loop, they all have muscle memory. The time loop can help them improve continuously, and there are no negative effects such as fatigue and aging. Otherwise, the male protagonist in Groundhog Day will never be able to learn piano, and the fourth part of Mission Impossible will also be the last song of the series. Now, he actually only needs to think about one thing. That is to figure out how to get out of the time loop before officially starting to learn. He can't accept the situation of life imprisonment. Being trapped in the same day, even if you can try to do different things, you will get tired after a long time. What's more, if you don't return to your hometown, when you are rich and noble, it's like walking at night in a brocade dress. Isn't the reason why people are willing to struggle just to live a better life on the basis of being alive? And aren't those things that modify themselves ultimately envied by others? Those who have no desires and no demands are saints, but Roland is not. If the improvement in the time loop is just for self-entertainment, then he would rather not have this thing. Thinking of this, Roland took a deep breath. Putting aside his inner excitement, he stared at the paper and pen on the table. He had to think about how to break the time loop he was in. If he was the first guy to encounter a time loop, he might have no idea, but with the support of countless works, his thoughts were running fast. Happy Death Day tells the story of a heroine who is killed on her birthday and then resurrected on her birthday. When she finds the murderer who killed her, she breaks out of the time loop. In Run Lala Run, the heroine Lala keeps dying and keeps coming back to life. She runs faster and faster each time, just to get money for her boyfriend's life-saving money. In the end, she has a good ending. Edge of Tomorrow and Source Code are even more obvious. These two movies are like playing games. As long as you complete the goal, you can leave the time loop. A typical feature of the time loop is that when a certain condition of the character is not met, the loop will start over and retain the previous memories and efforts. As long as you complete that goal, you can exit the loop. If that's the case, then the condition that drives me to the loop should be the thing I lack the most. What do I lack? Lack of startup capital for treasure hunting? No. The time loop does not retain external objects, so money is definitely not a condition for starting the loop. Then what else do I lack? Knowledge. That's not right. Knowledge is something that cannot be quantified. It cannot be a judgment target. Even if I learn from deleting databases to running away, it cannot prove that I have completely mastered this thing and can write various software in the future. If we put aside these illusory things, what else do I want recently? Elizabeth. Ahem. If the time loop can make her grow up, then I'm afraid I will die in it. Since this target will not be a real object, nor an undefinable skill, nor a living person, then the only thing that has troubled me in the past few days is dreams. Roland muttered to himself, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. The analysis stopped abruptly. He was originally excited about being trapped in the time loop, but now he was confused. With the experience accumulated in his previous life, he could of course easily prove the answer, but the condition for exiting the loop is to replace Macaulay Culkin and become the protagonist of Home Alone. Damn, let him skip the already selected protagonist. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. Note, the first movie in the world that tells about time loop is not Groundhog Day, but the movie version of Urusei Yatsura by Rumiko Takahashi, Urusei Yatsura 2, The Beautiful Dreamer. However, the infinite loop in this movie is not the inspiration of Rumiko Takahashi, but the idea of Mamoru Oshii. Because of this incident, Mamoru Oshii and Rumiko Takahashi parted ways. Mamoru Oshii is the director who made the animated movie version of Ghost in the Shell. The first person to use time loop in his own work was Nietzsche, and the first science fiction literature about time loop was called Doubled and Redoubled, which appeared in 1941. Over the years, the settings of time loops are similar, and most of the changes are in the stories, not the settings themselves. The Chinese name of Doodlebug is Ants, a time loop short film shot by Allen, less than 3 minutes long, available on Youku. PS. The contract status has been changed. Please vote for recommendation. Please give me chapter comments. Please give me a book list. Chapter 9. I will come to you at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. When he was making the commentary video for Source Code, there was a line that left a deep impression on Roland. What scares you is not the unknown future, but the repeated mistakes of the past. Why do many people fantasize about having their lives over again? Isn't it the choices they made back then that make them feel stupid now? The time loop can perfectly solve this problem. When you are fully prepared, most of the problems that bother you will be solved. Roland thought that he would be at the peak of his life after entering the time loop. But when he analyzed the conditions for leaving the time loop, he suddenly fell into autism. If he could get the project of Home Alone, why would he learn other knowledge? He became famous overnight, and film contracts came one after another. The original capital accumulation process was instantly erased. Next, he could do whatever he wanted. But unfortunately, even if you become the sword god of Shilipo and reach the maximum level in the novice village, after you go out, you still can't compete with capital. This special code is really a sad story. The time loop can help Roland learn skills that he has never had before and let him master the knowledge that will be used in the future, but it is not omnipotent. Do you want to make John Hughes give up Macaulay Culkin in a short time? Do you think John Hughes is Dormammu who can sense time? Or do you think that Elizabeth, who is not yet 1 year old, is Wanda? This is a bit pitfall. The time loop can help me learn and improve, but the key to breaking the time loop is related to the old business of capital kidnapping. Let me deal with John Hughes. This is more difficult than directly convincing David to believe that I'm a time traveler and invest in me. In fact, when Roland first learned that he was reborn, he was actually happy in his heart. He thought that this might be because his plugin had arrived. But now, when he figured out his own situation, he was a little speechless. He felt that it was not a good choice for him to enter the industry at his current age. Sorry, the time loop told him what a real Ming-style domineering president is. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. I think you can handle John Hughes, so, come on, young man. Thinking of the evil smile of the leader, Roland shuddered. He was thinking about how to trick David into buying all kinds of professional books for himself in the time loop. But now, everything is in vain. If he can't solve the problem of leaving, then what's the point of repeating the same day? Isn't this a disguised sentence of imprisonment without a wife? After thinking carefully and not finding any flaws in his analysis, Roland sighed in frustration, went into the bathroom to take a shower, and then sat on the steps at the door of his house, blowing the wind. Los Angeles in January is still quite cool. The sea breeze blew, brushing against the leaves, rustling, just like his confused mood at the moment. He sat there without a clue, until the hands on the watch quietly moved to 7 o'clock, and the sound of banging pulled his thoughts back. Turning his head, he saw the fat kid living next door rushing out of his house like a human bomb tank. When the green-hatted guy climbed over the courtyard and rushed all the way, trying to rush up the steps and knock on the door, the lone figure that suddenly appeared, like a ghost, scared him who was not prepared. If Roland hadn't been quick-witted and pulled the other person, James might have really fallen 3 meters away this time. Roland, why are you hiding here? Are you trying to scare me? Roland asked in panic with a little anger, and rolled his eyes. He was sitting at the door of his own house. Besides, there was no shelter around except the fence. In this case, James could be scared by him, so he could only say that he didn't look at the road. Although Roland was able to explain the problem clearly, he didn't enjoy the pleasure of talking. What's the point of insulting James and putting the responsibility of being scared on him? This can't change the conditions for him to leave the time loop. He shrugged his shoulders, took the blame on himself, apologized to the other party, and then the two left together. Just like the previous 2 times, when he entered the house, Roland saw the postman who drove as fiercely as Dom. Because he was well prepared, this time he witnessed with his own eyes how this guy drifted and parked. He took the newspaper, went into the house, ate breakfast quietly, accepted David's suggestion, and went to the audition. This time, Roland did not greet his old friend Leslie, but quietly accepted the fact that the audition failed. Perhaps it was because Roland was too calm, or perhaps the audition effect did not meet David's expectations. So after leaving the Fox studio, David, who was concerned about his friend's son, went directly to a McDonald's that was open all year round. Order whatever you want to eat, but don't tell James and the others when you go back. David put his hands in his pockets and winked at Roland with a smile. This situation also made Roland smile bitterly. In David's opinion, Roland was just a child. Even if he was extremely restrained, he could still be tempted by junk food. If it was not a time loop, Roland might have shaken his head and rejected it, but now, he ordered a bunch of food without any hesitation. Looking at Roland who was chewing the cheeseburger, David, with one hand on his chin, sipped the Coke. He was organizing his words and wanted to have a good communication with Roland. When the sizzling sound of the empty drink and the echo drilled into his ears, Roland on the opposite side also snorted. Do you want more? Roland shook his head. Then let's talk. Roland, who was prepared, did not say anything and nodded silently. Seeing this, David put down the Coke cup, folded his hands, leaned forward, and naturally put his elbows on the table. When I was leaving this morning, I heard James say that when he went to call you this morning, he saw you sitting on the steps at the door. Are you worried about something? Can you tell me about it? Roland, who was leaning on the chair, pursed his lips at the curious look. Although he didn't know when James told all this to David, judging from the current situation, the little fat boy should have said a lot to his father when he wasn't paying attention. What did they say? Is it important? Not important. Anyway, I will forget it tomorrow after a good night's sleep. Seeing that Roland didn't mean to respond, David didn't get discouraged. Instead, he took a deep breath, looked at Roland sincerely, and talked to himself. Roland, I wanted to talk to you for a long time. Just like now, alone. I don't know how you see me and Ganetti, but I have to admit that your parents' death is indeed related to us. If they hadn't gone to cut the ribbon on our behalf, they wouldn't have left like this. Ganetti and I have always felt guilty about this matter, so after the incident, we contacted you, as soon as possible, and found someone to complete all the procedures, hoping to keep you by our side. I know that it is indeed very cruel to ask you to make a decision, whether to follow your parents, just after they passed away, but these things must be done, because all the problems they left behind need to be solved by someone. Can you understand? Hearing David mention his own parents, Roland nodded in contrast. This is a topic he has tried his best to avoid since he traveled through time. To him, the memories in his mind are like a passing glance, without real feelings. This kind of past that clearly belongs to him, but has never been experienced in person as a past that he is reluctant to mention. After all, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. But David obviously doesn't think so. When Roland failed the first audition, he just showed frustration, so David took the initiative to comfort him and informed his family members of the audition result while he was not paying attention. No one asked about it during dinner. When Roland failed the second audition, David did not greet him in advance because he did not care. Instead, he instructed his wife to ask about it at the dinner table, wanting Roland to speak out everything frankly. David's performance was actually based on Roland's mood after the audition. This man with a high net worth really cared about Roland's feelings. Staring at the patient, smiling, and willing to listen guy in front of him, Roland sighed. Although he knew that, as long as he kept silent, David would not embarrass himself. After tonight, everything will be directly replayed. But just being silent is not a big deal. What's more, even if he was decadent hundreds of times in the time loop and drank beer every day, he could not become Thor. Even if skipping Macaulay was an impossible goal, he had to try it first, right? When faced with this impossible task, he felt that he really needed a helper. A helper who could understand the time loop and believe in him. Thinking of this, Roland had no scruples. Okay David, before we talk about things, I want to ask you a question. Although Roland omitted the title of uncle, David was not angry, but very happy. As long as Roland was willing to communicate, what did seniority matter? You tell me, Roland. David nodded. Can I trust you? Roland asked seriously. Of course. David answered neatly. How do you prove it? Roland leaned forward, staring at the other person. Because Ganetti and I have already violated the law for you. The forced questioning did not bring any pressure to David. He shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed look and replied with a smile. According to the law, children under the age of 12 cannot be left alone at home. But we let you live in your own house. Although we live in the same courtyard and share a gate, this is also illegal. If the people from the Child Protection Association come to check, I will be in great trouble. But in order to take care of your feelings, we break the law knowingly. Are you satisfied with this answer? Satisfied? Of course Roland is satisfied. If this is a video game, then David's sincerity bar is obviously full. In this case, then I understand, Uncle David. I will come to you at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 10 Showdown. Even though David was doubtful, he still respected Roland's choice. After seeing Roland finish all the food, David took him back to the Universal Studios. After picking up the Olson sisters who had already finished filming, the group hurried back home. After dinner, Roland made an okay gesture to David and then went back home to wash up and go to bed. When he was awakened by that magical voice again, the dream in his mind had proved everything. After washing up, he opened the door and went straight to the Olson's house. The knocks on the door disturbed people's dreams. When the sleepy Olson couple appeared in front of Roland with a confused look on their faces, doubtful voices also appeared. Roland, what happened? Why did you get up so early today? Because Ashley and Mary have to go to the crew to film today. They have to arrive at the set at 10 AM. Roland answered casually. What? David frowned. How could he not know about this? Oh my god. I actually forgot about this. Ganetti's eyes widened, and he turned around quickly. The different performances of the couple proved that what James said yesterday was true. As she left, Roland, who had made up his mind, continued to say to David, Uncle David, I suggest you take a shower first. Around 7 o'clock, a newspaper delivery truck will drift to the gate of the yard. The postman delivering the newspaper is a black man. If you ask him why he is late, he will tell you that the headquarters car was late today, so it was late. Uncle David, please believe me. If you don't believe it, please think about the consequences of letting me live in my own home. Although David didn't understand what Roland was thinking, he made the decision to let Roland live in his own home himself, so he certainly understood the weight of this sentence. He suppressed his doubts, looked at Roland carefully, and then frowned and walked back to the bedroom. After taking a shower and brushing his teeth, he was tidying himself up when he stepped on the step and appeared in the courtyard with Roland. A car suddenly appeared with a sharp brake, which scared him. Recalling Roland's words, he asked the postman why he was late, and the other party's explanation was exactly the same as what Roland said. Looking at the taillights of the car going away, David blew his nose. Roland, how did you know that Ashley and Mary were going to film today? And you also knew that the newspaper delivery truck would be late today. What is going on? Not only did I know that they were going to film and the truck would be late, I also knew that Aunt Canetti would put oranges and cashews in today's green smoothie. I also knew that the audition Aunt Canetti told me about at the beginning of last month was actually today. Not only that, this is a movie project, and the director of the project is Chris Columbus, and the producer of the project is John Hoos. The total number of auditions reached 200. Although they need children without any acting experience, you and Aunt Canetti both think I will not succeed. Roland raised his head, looked at David with a smile, and recited the prepared speech in one breath. Although he acted sunny enough, David felt a chill down his spine. If the Olson sisters going to film was an accident that Canetti had mentioned before, and Roland just happened to remember it, then the mail truck and the audition could not be explained by accidents. No one could control the former, and only David and Canetti knew about the latter. Taking a deep breath, David, who had deformed the newspaper due to fear, tilted his head and said, "Wait for me in the study." Hearing this, Roland turned around and left without hesitation. After entering the study and sitting for a while, David, who had already verified the breakfast ingredients from his wife, also appeared. He squatted down and looked at the child in front of him seriously. Facing the eyes full of anatomical meaning, Roland not only did not feel guilty, but shrugged his shoulders. "You have the ability to predict the future like Dr. Manhattan?" Even though he knew that the idea in his mind was absurd, David still asked, "Dr. Manhattan? The blue-skinned bald man who killed the real hero Rorschach?" Since the cards have been exposed, it is natural to say something shocking. "I know the general future. Of course, my current situation is actually similar to that of back in time 70 years, except that the college student Richard went back to the past and had a beautiful love story with the female star Elise, while I'm repeatedly living January 1st. Do you understand what I mean?" Since Groundhog Day has not yet been released, Roland can't find any good film and television works to list. He can only use vague descriptions to let David understand how bad his current situation is. Probably. David's pupils suddenly contracted. Although everything Roland said has been verified, he still didn't believe Roland. "Since you can see the future, then tell me, what will we be like in the future?" Americans are very superstitious. No matter what kind of thought it is, there are people who believe in it and follow it. In 1944, due to the progress of science, the telegraph appeared, but the first sentence that Americans sang by telegraph was a hymn in the Bible, "What great things God has done for him." Yes, they regarded the progress of science as a miracle of God. In addition, there are even more such remarks about the flat earth. James's younger brother is a loyal believer in the flat earth theory. After he publicly apologized for his behavior due to public pressure, Uncle Pi, who shot 13 knives in 35 seconds, actually jumped out to accuse him of deviating from his faith. When Americans are faced with choices, they usually make decisions in a superstitious way. Now David is obviously the same. Feeling David's gaze, Roland pursed his lips. He knew he couldn't escape this time. "You and Aunt Canetti will divorce in 3 years. James and the others were all awarded to Aunt Canetti. This incident did not affect Ashley and Mary. They are still filming TV and movies, releasing records, and selling clothes. They will be the most successful child stars in Hollywood. After they grow up, they have no acting talent and switch to design. The company has a good turnover. Elizabeth has always been following behind them. After they grow up, they officially enter the circle. Although they didn't win any awards and the box office is not strong, their reputation is okay. The straight eyes made Roland a little scared. David, who listened carefully, tried to find logical contradictions in Roland's words, but he failed. Although he wanted to classify everything Roland said as fabricated and mentally ill, the word divorce made him believe everything, because now he and Canetti have a deep conflict. For David, it is an extremely shameful behavior for his two daughters to go out to film. Their family is not short of money, and they don't need their young daughter to be in the spotlight. In his opinion, the film remuneration is not as important as his daughter's childhood. He only hopes that his daughter can grow up healthy and happy. As for becoming famous by acting, if Ashley and Mary like it, he will certainly support it. If they don't like it, why force them? Every time the crew is going to shoot a movie, David will see his daughter in distress when he wakes up in the morning. At that time, he is very upset. As for the most successful child star in Hollywood, haha, if they really want to act, why would they switch to design? Chaotic and complicated thoughts flashed through David's mind quickly. Okay, Roland, is this the reason for your sudden change recently? Since your parents passed away? Because you know everything? David has believed Roland's words. Of course, he can't help but believe it. Since you know everything, why did you tell me? Is it because you live January 1st over and over again? You can keep all your memories, but we can't. David is not a fool, so he will naturally draw inferences from one example. With a quick thought, he guessed Roland's current situation to be almost certain. This behavior also made Roland feel relieved. If it takes him most of the day just to make David trust him, then David will not be able to help him at all. Although the time loop can provide him with unlimited time, other people will go back and reset. How to make others trust you in a short time is the most troublesome thing. Yes, that's it. The reason why I came to you is that I hope you can help me get out of this time loop. Since David has accepted his explanation, Roland didn't hesitate and started talking. I have talked to you more than 30 times in the time loop, and the last time, which was yesterday for me, we have found the key to leaving the time loop. I must win the audition project you found for me. Otherwise, I may be locked up here forever. Thanks to 1 Carrot Potato for awarding 500 starting coins. Note, Back in Time 70 Years is a movie from the 1980s, which tells the story of the male protagonist going back to the past and dating the female protagonist. There are statistics on American superstition. In the Gallup poll, more than half of Americans feel superstitious, and in the Lucky Ball Research Survey of Psychological Science, the flagship magazine of the American Psychological Science Association, one of the most influential journals in the field of psychology, and a flagship journal in the field of psychology, when the researchers told the golf participants that the ball in their hands, ordinary ball, was a lucky ball, the testers who got the lucky ball had a 35-point increase in the success rate of hitting the hole compared to the average. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 11 A Good Helper? Locked in the same day forever? Repeatedly feeling everything you already know? You want to change, but you can't? David shuddered after simply imagining Roland's current situation. Did Canetti and I hurt you? David returned to his seat with a guilty conscience. He just wanted to help Roland become normal. If he had known earlier that Roland's transformation had nothing to do with his deceased parents and was all due to the prediction of the future, he would definitely not have consulted a psychologist at random, but would have sent Roland to Arkham directly. What a joke. Only a ghost believes that you can predict the future. If Roland hadn't directly put the evidence in front of David, if David hadn't taken the initiative to throw out the proof that he trusted Roland the most, Sarah Connor, who was fed medicine every day, might have been Roland's end. Of course, Roland didn't know that David was just serious on the surface. If he could sense David's imagination, he would definitely be more relaxed than now. Using the plots in movies and TV series to make an analogy for communication, the two of them have a common language. It's not harmful. Although, if there was no project, I wouldn't have entered the time loop. But it's better to enter than not to enter, don't you think? The time loop can make me powerful, although at the same time, it will also bring me endless troubles. Roland jumped off the sofa, pulled out the chair next to the table, and wanted to communicate with David face to face. In the previous time loop, you helped me collect a lot of information. One of them is the key to preventing me from getting that role. The project producer John Hughes has actually selected the male lead of the film. This audition is just a formality. With the internal decision, I have no way to pry this role. In the previous loop, John Hughes never spoke to me at every audition. Do you understand what I mean? After so many years in the business world, how could David not understand the meaning of Roland's words? Things like internal decisions are indeed very troublesome. However, although it is troublesome, there must be a solution, right? Otherwise, we will definitely not use the audition as a breakthrough to leave the time loop. In this case, we must first determine the goal. Who is this breakthrough? Although the producer is the person in charge of the crew under the Hollywood film industry system, they cannot compete with the investors. If it is an overseas investor, then of course they can cheat and fool the other party. But now he is facing Fox. Do you think John Hughes dares to deceive Fox blatantly? Fox, backed by News Corporation, has countless ways to deal with him. Although David has never liked his wife's behavior of letting the children film, for the sake of his two lovely daughters, he still did a detailed study of the local Hollywood. He knew that Hollywood is a producer-centered system, and he also knew that there are countless unknown tricks in the Hollywood crew. The producer is indeed the boss of a film project, but they actually work for the investor. The producers can indeed be on equal footing with the investors, and even slam the table to demand money, but in the end, the guy who can dominate a project is still the investor. The investment funds for the later Avatar were so high that even James Cameron paid out of his own pocket to invest. But what? In the end, the knife for dividing the money was still in the hands of Fox. Fox entrusted its parent company News Corporation and Fox TV network to carry out the publicity and promotion of print media, offline advertising and cable TV networks. Isn't this behavior telling the world that I'm transferring money from my left hand to my right hand? The commission for publicity and promotion is decided by Fox alone. The money that James Cameron, the producer and director, received is far less than the paper share. But, did he shout? No. The same is true for Harry Potter. You all want a share? No problem. The contract will be signed as usual. No matter how much the box office is, it will eventually be a book loss anyway. What? You say there is something fishy? Show evidence. Unless it wants to take back the operating rights of New Line Cinema like Warner did. Otherwise, how could the exposure of the fraudulent box office revenue of the Lord of the Rings series happen? No matter how bold the producer and director are, it is impossible to confront these film companies openly. Peter Jackson just asked for money in the end. If the matter was really initiated by him, how could Warner, which owns the majority of New Line Cinema shares, continue to cooperate with him to shoot The Hobbit? The internal appointment of this kind of thing does exist in Hollywood, but for local investors, this is actually very ridiculous. When James Cameron was filming Titanic, he quarreled with Fox more than once over whether to use Leonardo. Before Tom Cruise got Mission Impossible, Nicolas Cage, Mel Gibson, and George Clooney were actually on the producer's invitation list. If Tom Cruise hadn't paid out of his own pocket and invested $12 million to let Paramount directly kick out the original team, who would have played the role of Ethan Hunt? How many guys in Hollywood today can tell investors that this role must be played by someone else? Anyway, John Hughes will not appear on this long list. Unless John Hughes guarantees that the project can make money and signs a bet contract with Fox, or promises Fox that he will make up the final deficit after the project fails. Otherwise there will be number 100% internal appointment. The reason why Fox invested is to make money. The producer is in control of the overall situation, but it does not mean that he can do whatever he wants. Since we have already determined that getting this role is the key to your leaving the time loop, then there must be a way to solve this matter. Don't worry, let's go downstairs to have breakfast first. While we are eating, I will ask Ganetti to ask you for information. David looked at Roland very confidently. He did not doubt that the cooperative analysis Roland mentioned was actually the result of his own tinkering. After seeing David's calm expression, Roland was relieved. He felt that David might be his good helper. Although he had the memory of his previous life, he had never been in Hollywood after all. He can rely on his memory to judge whether a project is successful or not, but if he wants to dig deep into the dark side, no native can do it. What's more, David is a businessman after all. In a world where profit is the most important thing, his thinking must be different from Roland's previous life. Maybe it was because he had a clear goal, or maybe David's answer rekindled Roland's hope. In short, when faced with the same meal, Roland still ate with relish. At the dinner table, David also asked Ganetti about the project overview. Faced with this sudden question, Ganetti was also in the dark and knew nothing. "Dear, our original goal was not to get Roland to join the crew. We just want to use this method to make him relax." Looking at his slightly puzzled wife, David did not explain, but smiled and said, "But Roland is interested in filming now. Since he has a goal, then of course we must fully support it. So, you go and ask them again." Seeing that her husband was not joking, Ganetti glanced at Roland, who was full of expectations, and nodded knowingly. "Then you will go to the audition later. The guy who leaked the news to me is the director of Full House. When Ashley and Mary go to film later, I can ask him. If there is any news, I will tell you in the evening." Hearing this, David and Roland looked at each other, and they had no objection. Anyway, Roland has plenty of time. If he doesn't get anything out today, he can still continue tomorrow. In addition to getting up every day, he has to explain to David again what state he is in. In other aspects, it seems that there is nothing that needs him to worry too much. After breakfast, they habitually came to the Fox studio. With Roland's introduction, David met his old friend, Leslie. When David revealed his identity as the father of the Olson sisters, the middle-aged woman who didn't want her son to communicate with others suddenly changed her attitude 180 degrees. Roland, who had decided to try to skip Macaulay, also learned the content of the other party's audition from Leslie. "They asked me to introduce myself first, then ask me if I like watching movies and TV. I said I like it, so they asked me what TV movies I like and what skills I have. I said I can play the violin, so they found a violin for me. After I finished playing, they asked about my family situation and then let me out." Hearing this, Roland raised his eyebrows. "You mean, during the audition, only those two aunts communicated with you?" "Yes, the other two uncles didn't speak." Leslie nodded decisively, looking frustrated. After exhausting the other party, David, who had been listening the whole time, also leaned to the right and asked, "How is it? Is his process the same as yours?" "Yes, even the questions are the same." Roland shook his head with a wry smile. "Assembly line operation? Mechanical questioning? It seems that this position has really been decided." David touched his chin and felt something was wrong. "Audition, not even facing the camera. That's not even a fart audition." Although he wanted to complain, he held it back. When it was Roland's turn, even if he changed the content of his answer, the result remained the same. The suffocating operation made the two guys, one big and one small, a little helpless. However, this depressing mood did not last long. When they returned to Universal Studios and picked up the Olson sisters who had already finished filming, Ganetti got into the car and threw an envelope to her husband in the driving seat. "Looking at the way you look, you must have failed. Don't be depressed, because this project has problems from the beginning." Note, although Hollywood is a producer-centered system, the decision makers on the project are still determined by fists. Some investors like to take charge of things. The investors mentioned here do not include overseas investors outside the United States. Overseas investors are all suckers. Harvey Weinstein, who raised funds overseas, has deceived countless people, so much so that Little Steel Cannon publicly called him a liar. When casting for Titanic, Fox wanted to choose Matthew McConaughey, who later played the protagonist of Interstellar, but Cameron disagreed and directly quarreled with Fox. The Mission Impossible series was not taken over by Tom Cruise at the beginning. At that time, Paramount invited Reza Badiai, the director of the old version of the Mission Impossible series in the 1960s, to make this movie, but in the end, Tom Cruise intervened as a producer and kicked him out directly. The budget for the first movie was only $40 to $50 million at the beginning. The production team felt that the money was not enough, and then Tom Cruise took the opportunity to let his film company Cruise/Warner Productions invest. Then, naturally, others could not compete with him, and the budget was also reduced to $62 million by Tom Cruise, and the final cost was raised to $80 million by him. Chapter 12. It Smells So Good. Although Canetti didn't know what her husband and Roland were doing, since they had a request, she took advantage of her daughter's break from filming to communicate with the director of Full House. Howard Storm, the director in charge of the new episode, was a little surprised by the project he recommended, because he clearly remembered that when Canetti was looking for a role, he only proposed the vision of letting the adopted child grow up healthily, and had no intention of bringing him into the circle. However, since Canetti asked, he didn't mean to hide it. According to director Howard, he also learned the news from his friend Robin Williams, the Robin who filmed Good Morning Vietnam and Dead Poets Society. Howard said that Robin specifically emphasized that the children of the recommended age must have a blank resume, no acting experience, because the leader of this audition is not producer John Hughes, but Chris Columbus. He asked the crew to conduct an open audition. What? David, who was driving, frowned and glanced at the central rear view mirror. Roland, who was sitting in the back row, also narrowed his eyes. Both of them felt that something was wrong. All the information David knew was given by Roland, and in Roland's memory, the protagonist of Home Alone was clearly decided by John Hughes. If that was the case, how could the audition be related to Chris Columbus? Canetti did not notice the doubts of the two. She tore open the envelope and scanned the words on the paper, and her speaking speed gradually increased. The project of John Hughes and Chris Columbus is called Home Alone. There are countless problems behind this project. Initially, this script was made for Warner, and half of the copyright is in Warner's hands. At the time, Warner was very interested in this project. However, when John Hughes submitted the complete script to Warner's Green Light Committee, Warner did not plan to continue investing because the revenue of his 3 consecutive films did not meet expectations. They directly reduced the budget from $20 million to $2 million. This humiliating decision made John Hughes very angry. Although the project was stopped by Warner, John Hughes did not give up. He began to return to the state when he first entered the industry and submitted his script to various producers. Finally, it was noticed by Fox producer Mark Levinson. Under the operation of the other party, the project came from Warner to Fox. However, after Fox got the project, it was unwilling to invest too much money. But he did not tell John Hughes clearly, but asked him to find a director first. The search led to Chris Columbus. Chris Columbus is very interested in this project. He thinks it is the best story he has seen in the past few years, so he used his connections to secure 2 important roles in the film in advance. One of them is Joe Pesci. He starred in Martin Scorsese's Raging Bull with Robert De Niro. The other is Daniel Stern, who starred in Goodbye Yesterday. It is precisely because of the participation of these two that Fox is willing to formally invest. Although the movie Home Alone is produced by John Hughes Film Company, his rights have actually been almost eroded by Chris Columbus. Director Columbus is the promoter of the project. After he finalized the 2 important roles, the only thing left for John Hughes is the protagonist who is currently being auditioned. Although director Columbus very much wants to include the selection of the protagonist in his own work scope, John Hughes does not want to be completely sidelined. Because you told me before that you were just taking Roland there for fun. That's why director Howard recommended this project to me. In his and Robin's opinion, Chris and John will probably fight for the leading role for a long time. Roland didn't know how he got back to the study. When David pushed the coffee with a mellow aroma in front of him, he came to his senses and laughed. This is really God's will. He, Roland, is the lucky fish favored by God. David was still telling Roland in the morning that John Hughes was not a top producer in Hollywood, and the rights he could get were not as mysterious as the outside world said. In the afternoon, Canetti brought him the news that John Hughes had been sidelined for the most part. In addition to the script, the main actors and investment were not brought in by the producer. This is too low, right? Through several previous auditions and memories of his previous life, Roland thought that John Hughes was a producer with a strong desire for control, so he seemed very frustrated after learning about his circular target. But now, John Hughes is simply strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. The movie hasn't been filmed yet. The infighting and the crew has already begun. Do you have an idea? David asked with a smile, taking a sip of coffee. Yes, the prototype has come out. Roland also took a sip, and the bitter taste made him close his eyes. When Roland learned that the leader of the audition was Chris Columbus, he understood that there was a lot of room for maneuver. Chris Columbus is not as famous as he will be in the future. Not only that, he doesn't have absolutely solid results in his hands. The 2 movies he directed were tepid, but even so, he was still able to get investment from Fox. Why? Isn't it because his scripts Gremlins, The Goonies and The Legend of the Condor Heroes were favored by Spielberg? 3 of his first 4 works were favored by Spielberg. Spielberg personally directed and put his scripts on the screen. This relationship is much stronger than John Hughes, who had no backing. In his previous life, when he was making the commentary video for Home Alone, Roland had emphasized to his fans that the success of the movie was inseparable from the 2 gold medal supporting actors. Now, when he knew that these 2 supporting actors were invited by director Columbus, the context of the matter became clearer. In front of the producer-centered system, the person he needed to impress was John Hughes, who already had a candidate in mind. Bullshit. The person he needed to please was Columbus, who had already infiltrated the Jewish gang, had Spielberg as a backer, and could talk directly to the investors. John Hughes being sidelined was good news for him. Thinking of this, Roland, who was savoring the bitterness of coffee, opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling with burning eyes. For the first time, Roland realized that it was the right decision to enter the industry at this age. Thanks to the time loop. It smells so good. Note, the power of Home Alone is very complicated because John Hughes' performance is not good. A Parents' Day invested $20 million and the box office was $16 million. Summer Soldier invested $24 million and the box office was $41 million. And Uncle Buck performed well, but John Hughes himself invested a lot. Warner deducted the distribution according to the contract ratio, which was equivalent to not making money, so Warner didn't want to pay attention to Home Alone. Since Warner had the copyright, John Hughes cast a wide net, and finally producer Mark Levinson brought it to Fox. The budget given by Fox at that time was not much more than Warner. It was only after Columbus found Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern that Fox really paid attention to this project. Although John Hughes was dissatisfied, he did not fall out with the other party, because once Columbus left, the whole project would fail again. Although Columbus became famous with Home Alone, before that, the 3 Gremlins movies had already allowed him to enter the Jewish gang circle where Spielberg was. The reason why he was able to invite Joe Pesci was that before Martin Scorsese's movie Goodfellas was released, he was invited to attend a preview. He felt that Joe Pesci was suitable for the role of a thief, so he invited him directly, and the 2 hit it off. The information comes from the 25th anniversary interview of Home Alone, which director Columbus personally confirmed. Howard Storm, the director of Full House, really knew Robin Williams. The TV series Mork and Mindy was shot by Howard and Robin, which was also the first step for Robin to become famous. Chapter 13, Using the Winter Sale, a breakthrough. After learning that the key factor to break the time loop was not as far-fetched as he thought, Roland threw the breakfast analysis before the loop into the trash can. From deleting the database to running away. From getting started to giving up. Since he has the opportunity to enter the industry, why should he be so honest? Even if he really wants to be the pig on the vent, he must pay attention to priorities. The most important thing at the moment is to verify whether Gannetta's news is correct. The next small goal is to impress Chris Columbus during the audition. As long as the other party can speak during the audition, it proves that there is no problem with our analysis. Not only that, I can also talk to other guys during the audition. Work hard to enter the circle? Hiss. Why do I feel like I have become a star? When Roland thought of the little beauty who worked hard day and night to train, hoping to become a Super 7, but saw the darkness of the circle, and felt the evil heart of the deep sea on the day of entering the circle, he shuddered. Why did I suddenly think of this? Is it because my face is more handsome than Leonardo's? Looking at Roland, who was stroking his cheek, and looked a little nervous, David, who had been waiting for his reply, coughed. Roland, what are you doing? I don't understand what you said. That's right. If David knew who Xingguan was, it would be a lot of fun. Roland, who was in a good mood, regained his previous relaxed look. He didn't mean to explain, and just laughed it off, and the whole topic was easily revealed. As a man of action, he didn't hesitate. After dinner, he couldn't wait to go home and sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, the same dream came again. The music sounded, and the 5th New Year's Day had arrived. Find a pen and paper to record the number of days in the cycle and the current goal. Roland didn't want to fool David while confusing himself. Unlike the previous 4 cycles, with a clear goal, Roland is now full of energy. He went into the gym, jogged on the treadmill for 40 minutes, then went to the bathroom, took a shower, and brushed his teeth. He accompanied James to breakfast in high spirits, and drank 5 bowls of muesli in the other surprised eyes. Then he took the opportunity to accept David's proposal, and followed him to Fox again. In the 5th audition, Roland's attitude has become more serious. Looking at the 4 people behind the audition table, Roland nodded and smiled, and took the lead, to greet the other party. Except for John Hughes, who doesn't care about things, and Chris Columbus, who wants to take care of things. The other 2 audition directors who really do things are women. After seeing Roland's kind smile, Jane Jenkins, who was wearing glasses, lowered her head and scanned the resume, and then showed a surprised look. Roland Allen, are you here with your uncle? It is a well-known thing in this world that guardians take their children to audition. The reason is simple. The main reason is that after the child is selected, the guardian needs to sign the contract and agree, and the crew can really use the person. Of course, it is not impossible for someone to come on behalf of someone else. However, the reason why they chose January 1st as the audition date was mainly because it was a day off, and both adults and children had time. Yeah. Roland certainly knew the meaning of the other party's words, because he had heard this question 5 times. To be precise, he is my adoptive father in the legal sense. Most adoptees will call their adopters father and mother after establishing a clear legal relationship with them, but this did not apply to the Olsons at all. Roland could call them whatever he wanted. They could accept the honorific of uncle, and they did not care if he called them by their names without aunt. Not only that, when introducing them to the outside world, the couple did not regard themselves as Roland's adoptive parents. They felt that Roland could become an independent individual, and were willing to cultivate him in this direction. Adoptive father? You grew up in an orphanage? Hearing this, another audition director, Janet Hilson, frowned. Adopting young children, wrestling them, buying children, and squeezing them clean. This situation is too common in America. The scandal of the Tennessee Children's Home is not an isolated case. It's just that other cases have not made such a big fuss. Janet Hilson has been working in the casting industry for more than 10 years. She has seen many adopted children being brought to auditions by their adoptive parents. When faced with these families with ulterior motives, she usually lowers her psychological expectations before the start. Even if these adopted children perform well, they will be directly blocked in the first round. Regular crews don't want to deal with these people. If they encounter those shameless guys who come to extort money, the problems faced by the crew will be huge. You know, the guys in the Child Protection Association don't care who your investors are. No, my parents died 2.5 months ago, in San Francisco last October. Roland understood Janet Hilson's worries, and the reason why he mentioned his adoptive father was to throw his identity blocked by his resume in front of everyone. The family that adopted me is a friend of my parents, Olson. Olson? Jane Jenkins pushed her glasses, her words full of interest. Is David, the guardian on your resume, Ashley's father? Janet Hilson followed Jenkins' words and asked directly. Bingo. This is exactly what Roland wanted. In the previous auditions, Roland felt that Macaulay's position was unshakable, so when faced with the initial inquiries, he just nodded stiffly and let it go. But after finding a way, his identity as being adopted by the Olsons became the key to the topic. He wanted everyone in the audition room to pay attention to him. The reason was also very simple. Because the previous auditions were not called auditions at all. Whether it was Roland's own personal experience or the audition process he heard from his old friend Leslie, he found that the people in front of him were just playing house. Introduce yourself, ask about preferences, show talents, and pack up and leave. What kind of audition is this? It's not professional at all. You don't even let the young actors read lines to the camera or make expressions to the camera. If that's the case, how do you test whether the young actors have a sense of the camera? Is it an audition if you don't even test your camera sense? This is even funnier than Tom Hiddleston getting the leading role through an audition. In fact, no matter if you are an adult or a child, as long as you enter the audition stage of the crew, the basic process will not change. Without the confidence and courage to face the camera, you can't film. A reserved guy will never go on stage at the annual meeting scheduled on Teacher's Day, let alone wear punk-style clothes and dreadlocks to sing Wang Banba's Blooming Life. Of course, the bigger reason for not being able to go on stage may be that you are not handsome enough. Most actors will face countless failed auditions in the early stages of their careers. Only by finding a mature feeling in the process of continuous attempts can you have the opportunity to enter the industry. Because the camera will magnify everything, the fleeting embarrassment in real life will be a permanent flaw on the screen. If you can't even solve this problem, and the crew still wants you, there is only one possibility. The director's surname is Fang Bi, and he is facing a warning from Shen Jiang. After several auditions without the camera being turned on, combined with the dirty stuff revealed by Gennady, Roland had already guessed how intense the struggle of the protagonist was. This behavior that could forcibly erase even the normal process made him helpless. If it weren't for the fact that the audition team was too weird, they wouldn't give him any chance. Roland didn't want to be like Professor X, firing a bullet that would turn around so as to achieve the goal of saving the country in a roundabout way. When he revealed his identity, the effect was also obvious. In the previous auditions, John Hughes, who had never communicated with him, suddenly folded his arms and leaned back. "Little guy from the Olson family? Who introduced you?" The sudden inquiry surprised Roland a little. He thought that, after revealing his identity, Director Columbus, who wanted to find new people, would ask directly, but he didn't expect that John Hughes, whose power was hollowed out, would speak first. Looking at the curious face, the strange Roland did not hesitate. "Auntie Gennady told me that the audition news came from director Howard Storm." "Howard Storm?" John Hughes lowered his left eyebrow and raised his right eyebrow. Although his expression was very funny, Roland did not laugh. After a moment of hesitation, he reported a name, Robin Williams. "Right." The audition invitation came from him. John Hughes turned around and looked at Chris Columbus. "Perfect." Even though the guy who asked was not Director Columbus, Roland was very satisfied with the situation in front of him. Everything was going on in an orderly manner according to his idea. How did Robin Williams become famous? Didn't he work with director Howard Storm on Merc and Mindy? What is Robin Williams doing now? Isn't he working with Spielberg on Captain Hook? Although Roland didn't know Robin Williams, let alone Howard Storm, but is it important? It doesn't matter at all. Because he only needs to explain that the Olsons are his guardians and that he got the audition opportunity from Howard Storm, that's all. Because the rest will gradually become the same for these people. Think for yourself. Howard Storm and Robin Williams are good friends, and Robin Williams is now preparing a new project with Spielberg, and Chris Columbus invited two supporting actors through Spielberg, and thus got Fox's investment. When this chain of relationships is stretched out, Roland doesn't need to say it himself. The four people on the scene can understand the meaning. Roland Allen, is he from the Jewish gang? Sorry, Roland, didn't say this. You made it up in your own mind. Feeling the inquiring eyes of John Hughes, Chris Columbus, who had been silent, was a little confused. He did ask his friends to help find children of the right age, but he had never heard of the name Roland Allen. Is this a good seedling that Robin Williams has just found? Because there are too many things he didn't tell him. Now Robin not only has to prepare for Captain Hook, but also has to continue to fight for the Oscar for Best Actor with Dead Poets Society. It is very likely that he forgot this little thing, right? Chris Columbus and John Hughes looked at each other for a few seconds and did not reveal their thoughts. No one could guess what the other was thinking. While retracting their gazes, they focused their attention on Roland. Looking at Roland Allen in a black jacket, his fluent words and fearless eyes were remembered by them. Columbus tilted his forehead slightly, and the audition director, who got the idea, immediately stood up and turned on the camera. Although Columbus didn't know the details, Roland had already introduced himself, so he would definitely not fool those kids casually like before. Let's not talk about other things, let's get straight to the point. You just said that your parents died in San Francisco 2.5 months ago. I'm sorry about this, because I hope you can make a painful and sad expression in front of the camera now. Good. Roland threw out all the information just for this moment. If you don't have the opportunity to face the camera during the audition, then you will never succeed. If you can't even take the first step, how can you talk about getting a role? Putting away the excitement in his heart, facing the camera calmly, Roland at this moment directly regarded the deep darkness with flashing lights as a friend. Although in various film and television dramas, for the authenticity of the story, unless the director has special requirements, the actors will not look at the camera at all. But in the audition, making expressions and mobilizing emotions in front of the camera are commonplace. Although all kinds of gossips prove that Chris Columbus wants to train inexperienced newcomers, Roland will not take such things seriously. In his opinion, director Columbus wants to find a genius with a sense of camera. He wants to make his movie as perfect as possible. In this case, if Roland really behaves like a newcomer, he is courting death. Therefore, he did not call on the audition memory when he entered the industry, but stood there with a lonely look and a distracted look. When this slightly dull look appeared, the 4 people who had already classified him as a relative frowned at the same time. Roland in the camera seemed to have lost his soul, as if he had been hit by a black magic. It was as if he had learned a shocking bad news, and the grief that came out made him stunned on the spot. He was helpless, and seemed to be drifting like duckweed, and it seemed that he would collapse instantly with just a slight touch. As for the feeling of I'm filming, that is common among non-professional actors. The camera is Roland's old friend. The old friend who cruelly told him the bad news. Okay, let's read this dialogue. There are no new words, you should be able to understand it. After a brief silence, Chris Columbus stood up and handed the script to Roland. Ask him to call up other emotions and make expressions? No need. Staring at the camera to perform is to test the actor's camera state. Calling up emotions is to deeply explore the inner nature of the character. Now is not a filming. He will not talk about the play with Roland, and John Hughes will not have the patience to listen to him. After taking over the lines, Roland glanced at them and guessed the movie clip. This is the last scene of the film, before the decisive battle with the thieves. The protagonist went to the church on Christmas Eve and talked with the strange old man next door. At this time, the protagonist Kevin already had regrets. In the script, he showed a maturity far beyond his age. This plot is very consistent with Roland's current state, because it is clearly marked on the script that Kevin is in a very depressed mood at the moment. Roland stared at the script and memorized the lines quickly. It took him about half a minute to memorize the simple sentences. When he put down the script, he still looked depressed. His low voice expressed his regret at the moment. I've been annoying people lately and kept saying things I shouldn't say. My performance this year is really not very good. He took a deep breath and sighed slowly. The feeling of being mature at a young age suddenly emerged. Skipping the words of his co-star, Roland continued to talk to himself. I'm very sad. I really love my family. Although sometimes I say I don't love them, and even think I don't love them. He shrugged and felt helpless again, especially the relationship between my brother and me. Cut. However, before Roland finished, John Hughes called for a stop. He looked at Roland with a strange expression. That's it. Roland had encountered this situation in his previous life, as he was suddenly called to a halt halfway through the performance. Although he didn't know what went wrong with him, he didn't dwell on it too much, but stopped. However, just as he handed the script back, he found that Chris Columbus had ticked his resume. Not only that, it seemed that he wanted to see the comments he wrote. When he took the script, Columbus accidentally dropped the resume with the comments on it on the ground. You have a strong sense of the camera, far beyond your peers, but when you recite the monologue, you speak a little too fast. Maybe because you are a little nervous. So that's it. Roland took a deep breath and said to himself, although he was once an actor, there is still a certain gap between him and those movie stars. In addition, he hasn't filmed for a long time, so it is inevitable that his skills will be a little rusty. What's more, after he left the circle, he has been explaining movies. The cheerful style of explanation is also related to the speed of speech. It is not surprising that he has brought out those bad habits now. But it doesn't matter, he has plenty of time to practice. Today's audition is his first attempt, after he has made clear his goal, and he doesn't think he can succeed at once. For him, knowing that Chris Columbus had the final say, and that he would help him, after he arrived in Doha, things would be much easier. He nodded and thanked him, followed his instructions, and waited outside. After Roland sent all the other 49 people away, the bespectacled casting director came out and told him that he had entered the second round. The second round was actually the biggest failure for Roland, a time traveler. However, thinking of the 50-1 elimination rate under the power struggle, and the pitfall environment, where he could not even see the camera without revealing his background, Roland was still very satisfied with the result. Unfortunately, the time loop required him to finish this matter within one day. He had no time to attend the second round of auditions. Even so, he smiled and thanked the other party. After returning home, David also told others the news that Roland had passed the initial audition. "Baby, come and give auntie a kiss." Although the original purpose was just to let Roland go for fun, after learning that Roland had passed the initial audition, Ganetti still hugged Roland and pecked him on the cheek happily. "Wow, Roland, you can do it. I didn't expect you to make it through the first round. You were the only one chosen out of 50 people. Awesome." Although James was bored for a day on the set of Full House, when he learned that Roland had been selected, he clenched his fist and hit him hard on the shoulder. He was really happy for Roland's success. Not only that, Ashley and Mary, who had been tired for a day, also clenched their hands and cheered him on. "Brother Roland, you have to work hard on the filming too." They were 3.5 years old and didn't know how to celebrate, but their smiling faces touched Roland a little. Looking at those guys who were celebrating for him, Roland smiled happily. He was very happy because several people in the Olson family treated him sincerely. Note, the word adoption is actually very sensitive in Hollywood. The book Before We Were Yours Chinese Name Guardian specifically talks about the scandal of the Tennessee Children's Home. The content is that from 1920 to 1950, Georgia Tann, the head of the adoption organization of the Tennessee Children's Home in the United States, secretly got in touch with hospitals, police, and government departments to kidnap children from poor families and sell them to rich families. Many of them were sold to Los Angeles and Hollywood stars. The relationship between Robin Williams and the director of Full House has been mentioned before, and he himself was determined to be Peter Pan and Captain Hook before the release of Dead Poets Society in 1989. In reality, Robin Williams and Chris Columbus met because of the relationship of the Jewish gang. After Robin finished filming Captain Hook and Columbus finished filming Home Alone, the two parties directly cooperated to film Mrs. Doubtfire. The story of Tom Hiddleston getting the heroin comes from the BBC short film Heroin, which is a satirical short film about the inequality of casting in the entertainment industry. As of the present time in the article, January 1st, 1990, Robin Williams is indeed making another bid for Best Actor with Dead Poets Society, and his last bid was for Good Morning Vietnam. Chapter 14 The Farthest Distance in the World. Since the situation was going in the same direction as he had guessed, Roland's heart was relieved. It was like a man chasing a woman. You tried to open a program, but after waiting for half a year, it still didn't respond. In this case, if you didn't just Alt plus F4, would you keep it for the new year? Roland was certainly discouraged after many auditions without any response. Now, the other party responded. Although it didn't go to his stomach in one step, he at least saw the progress bar fluctuating. This alone could motivate him to keep going. After returning home, Roland wrote down Chris Columbus's evaluation of him. He took out the small note hidden in the bedding to make sure that the words "that would disappear tomorrow morning" had been imprinted in his brain, and then went into the villa's screening room, searched for a while in his late father's collection, and selected a movie. At the extraterrestrial he opened the box, stuffed the videotape into the projector, and then nestled on the sofa and watched it with relish. What if I haven't filmed for a long time and my hands are a little rusty? Isn't it all over after practicing? Roland never thought of himself as a genius. His acting skills in his previous life were accumulated through little efforts. Now he was just revisiting them and starting over. With a bright future within reach, if he could still be as lazy as a pigeon, then, damn, doesn't this mean that he can be as famous as that conscientious old lady who sleeps twice in 3 days? Cough cough cough. Well, the worst fate of a pigeon is to become a steamed pigeon in San Mayo's house and be eaten up by Gayo Gayo. Of course, at this time, choosing at the alien to practice is not without reason. Firstly, Elliot in the film is also a 10-year-old child. By trying to figure out his performance, Roland can try to find the characteristics of a child of the same age as much as possible. Secondly, this movie was shot by Spielberg. As a member of the Jewish gang, Chris Columbus has no reason not to have seen this movie. If Roland shows a little difference in the next audition, perhaps the insignificant highlights in his gestures can become his plus points. Audition during the day and practice at night. This is the plan Roland set for himself. In the subsequent auditions, Roland found that the audition clips were different according to his different answers. On the 11th New Year's Day, Roland just told the two directors how much the Olsons cared about him, and Chris Columbus asked him to perform the clip of the family reunion at the end of Home Alone in front of the camera. On the 24th New Year's Day, Roland just complained a little about James Olson's loud voice every morning, and Chris Columbus asked him to perform the scene in the opening of Home Alone where the protagonist Kevin was hated by his family members in front of the camera. On the 39th New Year's Day, Roland just talked about the loneliness of living alone at home, and Chris Columbus flipped the script again and asked him to show the protagonist Kevin's confused state of mind after the excitement of being alone at home. On the 45th New Year's Day, Roland just described the vulgar ghost story he heard, and Chris Columbus found the scene where the protagonist Kevin was frightened by the old man next door and asked him to perform a segment in front of the camera. On the 56th New Year's Day, Roland just talked about his psychological state when he went shopping in the supermarket alone after his parents passed away, and Chris Columbus found the plot of Shopping Alone in the movie and asked Roland to show it to him. What kind of experience is it to audition for all the personal roles in a movie? Roland didn't know, but he knew that the effect of this continuous cycle was better than he imagined. The point is, he also found that the script in front of him was tailor-made for him. The protagonist is young but mature, a perfect match. Staying at home alone, facing loneliness, a perfect match again. Facing a strong enemy, not afraid of risks, showing intelligence, and defending the homeland, still a perfect match. Although he still couldn't find the lost innocence from the loop, he dared to guarantee that if he was selected to join the crew, he could finish all the scenes without NG. He can now recite the lines in the script backwards. God knows what he has been through. This kind of daily audition is like a sledgehammer. While tempering Roland, it also made him discover how much perseverance he has. Most people in his situation would definitely fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. After all, there is unlimited time, and people with bad intentions would probably have started committing crimes long ago, but he didn't think of using the time loop to indulge. Did he not want to? Bullshit. He is also a human being. He also has 7 emotions and 6 desires. It's not that he doesn't want to relax, but he doesn't have the opportunity. I was forced to do it. Roland wanted to follow the toxic chicken soup in his WeChat moments in his previous life and do a 21-day intermittent cycle. That is, audition for 21 days, then rest for 3 days, and then start a new one after this round. But Shimonosky is a wealthy white community, different from those garbage suburbs. Because it is close to Universal City, the people living here are either middle class or Hollywood actors. The police are always on duty on weekdays, and Roland can't run away, even if he wants to. In addition, he is 10 years old and all major stores are closed on New Year's Day. Even if he has money in his pocket and runs away, he can't do anything. This is a really sad story. Because of this, Roland, who was confused, gritted his teeth, and auditioned 120 times in a row. When he perfectly performed the scene that Chris Columbus wanted, he found out again that the other party still just ticked his resume. Roland Allen. Very good performance. Congratulations on entering the second round. We will notify you of the audition time separately. What is the longest distance in the world? It is not from Tyra Face Glade to Strangler Thornvale, nor from Everlook to Silithus, nor from Darnassus to Westfall to Level Up, when you are a level 10 trumpet, but you are in today, but you can never open the door to tomorrow. That's right, after so many consecutive attempts, Director Columbus's attitude has only improved a little bit. This is not the fingertip universe. From letting him stay at the beginning, notifying him to enter the second round after the audition, to the current face-to-face congratulations. The improvement of 120 audition cycles is only this little bit. Such a situation also makes Roland a little puzzled. There is no reason. He has already used a big banner to cover up his own identity. He immediately threw out the imaginative Jewish gang. In this case, he also perfectly performed every requirement of Director Columbus. He did everything he could, so why couldn't he achieve his goal? Moreover, after watching his performance, Chris Columbus' attitude towards himself was very good. Could it be that Director Columbus had doubts about his identity? He wanted to find Robin Williams to verify the identity of the recommender? If this is true, then the trouble will be huge. Roland is not afraid of the other party's verification because he didn't lie at all. But Roland can't wait for the other party to verify slowly. He can only stay for this day. What can I do? Thanks to 1 Carrot Potato for awarding 1,500 starting coins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, The Hollywood Principle. The 121st New Year's Day. Since he hit a wall again, Roland had to seek off-site help again. Although he could recover to his best state of energy every day, when he woke up, 4 consecutive months of auditions were really not a life for a human being. After all, not everyone would go to Los Angeles at 4 AM every day. Of course, food was one of the reasons why Roland went to seek help. As an actor, he could certainly control his diet to keep in shape, but you have to change it up a bit, right? Get up every day and drink green smoothies? This is going to make him drink like the Hulk. Besides, men and women are different. Kate Winslet went from meat silk to meat shield and was complained about every day, while Leonardo went from riding a bicycle to playing with water guns, and everyone just laughed it off. So, when Roland explained the reason to David for the second time, he emphasized that he didn't want to go to the audition today. He wanted to go to the beach, to bask in the sun before millions of tons of nuclear wastewater were dumped into the Pacific Ocean. He wanted to have a big meal. David, who was convinced, did not force it. He called his assistant and asked him to come and help look after the children. After sending the Olson sisters to the Universal Studios, the group drove to Redondo Beach. The 4 of them split into 2 groups. James followed David's assistant to play around, while David took Roland to a restaurant and ordered seafood. He sipped a Coke and took a bite of a crab leg. When Roland tasted the long-lost meat, the fresh and salty feeling that was about to overflow from his mouth made him feel extremely satisfied in this era of accelerator pads. He burped, and the mixed aftertaste that filled his mouth made Roland, who was nervous, forget the depression of failed auditions for 120 consecutive times. This is the life of a human being. David raised his eyebrows with a sigh of enjoyment. Looking at Roland's satisfied face, he smiled and said, "Can more than 100 auditions make you so depressed?" "Oh, David, you don't know this." Hearing the other party mention the audition, Roland grabbed a crab claw with a depressed look, brought it to his mouth, and took a bite, as if he wanted to vent his depression in this way. "I tell you, repeating the same day is really a very terrible thing. Because your range of activities is so large, when you do everything once, you don't know what to do. Every day you get up, you face the same life, the same people say the same things to you. You don't feel that the place you are in is a world, it's more like a machine. A machine that keeps running repeatedly." During the time loop, Roland didn't know how many words he had spoken to David. They met at breakfast every day, and they would not separate until they went home to sleep at night. In this case, Roland had completely understood David's temper. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one named Roland Allen in the Olson family in his memory, Roland would even doubt whether his last name was Allen. So, in this case, his words seemed much more casual. Then wouldn't you try to do something else? Distract yourself? David asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Roland rolled his eyes and threw the crab claws in his hand on the dining table. I want to. But you and Aunt Ganetti are my guardians. If I want to do something else, I must explain it to you again like today. To adjust my mood, I have to spend several hours explaining. Don't you think this behavior is very troublesome? Well, David thought for a few seconds and then agreed, a little bit. However, although he felt that Roland was right, he did not approve of Roland's approach. But even if it's troublesome, you have to do it. You are in this situation now. It's not a 100-meter race. You want to run to the finish line in one breath. I don't think it's possible. Not a 100-meter race. Can't run to the finish line in one breath. Roland sighed, grabbed the can next to him, and squeezed it hard. There was a crackling sound, and the aluminum can was deformed. At first, Roland didn't think he could run the whole way in one breath. But when he found out that Chris Columbus would give different audition questions based on his words during the audition, he felt that he had a great advantage. Isn't it just trying to act out the entire script? I'll try the passwords in order, right? As for being boring, put yourself into the crew and treat the audition as joining the crew to film, right? After all, joining the crew to film is also closed for several months. So, Roland confidently then, he typed GG. I thought that if I improved my acting skills and tried the scenes in the script one by one and achieved perfection, I would be able to meet Columbus's expectations and pass the audition directly. However, there were still small improvements, but no breakthrough progress. Chris Columbus will not confirm me as the leading actor on the spot just because my performance is infinitely perfect. David laughed as he watched Roland, who was wiping his hands with a wet tissue while telling the story. He held his chin with one hand and tapped the table with his 5 fingers on his right hand. The random tapping sound made Roland raise his head. Roland. Have you paid attention to your resume during the audition? What's wrong? According to my personality, I shouldn't write our true identity on my resume. What? Roland frowned. Is it because of your original intention? The original intention of the Olsons was to make Roland cheerful. They never thought of letting Roland go to film. Therefore, when Roland learned that there was no highlight in his resume, he chose to reveal his identity during the audition. However, after hearing his thoughts, David shook his head. Roland, there is a reason for not filling in your real identity. You have spent so many days in the time loop. Haven't you heard of the Hollywood principle? Don't call us, we'll call you. Who can get an audition opportunity without connections? 200 people in the audition, at least 50 interpersonal relationships. You just told me that you have communicated with those audition candidates. Do you think they and their parents will tell you who recommended them? No. They won't say which photographer, which art director, which assistant director, which casting director, which producer, or even which investor they heard the news from. It's the 1990s now. There will be no scouts on the street anymore. For this kind of investment project with tens of millions of dollars, it doesn't matter. You can't even hear the name of the project. Tell me, if you don't introduce yourself, you can't even see the camera. That's normal. Aren't Columbus and John Hughes screening those who didn't get in through their connections? Except for you, I think most of the people on the list of 200 people, even if they don't have acting experience, have at least auditioned or received some acting training. You said your good friend Leslie walked out of the audition room frustrated. If he didn't know the audition process, would he be frustrated? He would only show frustration when he was sure that he had been eliminated. David's words were like thunder from the sky. Roland frowned, and his facial features were twisted into a ball. Hollywood principle. He actually ignored this matter. He admitted that the routine of revealing his identity during the audition was indeed brought from his previous life. I'm Xinjie. I'm Rintang. He has seen this situation many times. What's more, due to resource issues, after leaving the studio, they will still put the title of former 30 artist on their resume. This behavior of not revealing the identity may not be able to join the group, which made Roland remember it clearly. Unless they are veteran artists or popular celebrities, everyone likes to write down their background on their resume. But unfortunately, this is not applicable in Hollywood. Note, the Hollywood principle does exist and is now applied to network programming. In general, the upper level emphasizes the active use of the lower level, or it can be said to be a manifestation of internal class status. You can challenge the rules, but you usually die miserably. It is because of this principle that they emphasize status. Chapter 16 to conflicting messages. Hollywood is not about relationships, but there are too many people with relationships. Take River Phoenix's brother Joaquin Phoenix for example. His brother died in front of Johnny Depp's bar. In an instant, all his friends disappeared. No one wanted to associate with this drug addict. Even Leonardo, who regarded him as an idol and witnessed River's death, kept silent. But even so, Joaquin, who was still working in Hollywood, still got a lot of convenient projects. He first worked with Nicole Kidman, joined Oliver Stone's crew, and then played opposite Nicolas Cage. When the rumors died down and the market was quiet, he really used his brother's network of relationships and joined the Gladiator crew. People left and that he was cold? Who knows? If those guys really didn't know River and hated this drug addict as they showed on social media, how did Joaquin easily get into those big name crews? If those guys really avoid River's name, then how did Joaquin get through Harrison Ford's relationship and get the DreamWorks project and the audition for Gladiator? So, in this world, where everyone has a background, it is actually a very unwise decision to play the trump card at the beginning, because you reveal the cards first without knowing the background of others. Do you think that people in Hollywood are all idiots? David looked at Roland with a smile, opened a can of Coke, and pushed it in front of him. If I were Chris Columbus, even if I thought you performed very well, even if you performed very perfectly, even if I thought you were Kevin, I would not choose you immediately after your audition. This is actually a very simple question. Why did you choose to reveal your identity? Isn't it just to get this role? In that case, isn't it the safest choice to let you pass the first round and put you in the second round? After all, after today, there will be 150 people waiting for me to choose in the next 3 days. After unscrewing the screw cap of the beer and taking a sip, he continued, you said John Hughes already has a candidate in mind, so how can you be sure that Chris Columbus is among the next 150 people? You regard Columbus as a good breakthrough, but have you forgotten? Columbus is the leader of this audition. David Olson is a real businessman. What are the characteristics of a businessman? Realistic, rational, and smooth. Since his wife, Ganetti, said that the leader of this audition was Columbus, it was obvious that in this buyer's market, the one who had the least worries was the director who controlled the power. Roland was not Tom Hanks. His film contracts could circle the earth 3 times. If Columbus was easily conquered without the crew scrambling for Roland, then this game would be too easy. You use Columbus to test whether you can get this role. I think this behavior is fine. But if you want to get this role within a day, it is a very difficult thing to start from the buyer's market. The half-smiley look made Roland feel uneasy. His eyes narrowed and looked directly at David, full of thought and complexity. David was right. This was actually a question of initiative. The initiative was not in Roland's hands, so no matter how well he performed, Columbus could not just make the decision to hire him like the supporting characters in the novels of Diane Yang. This was not only because there was a forest waiting to be mined behind Roland, but also because Roland did not have the aura of being the best in the world or the son of the plane. According to what you said, the situation is actually very troublesome. What I really need to deal with is not Chris Columbus or John Hughes, but these 2 people. Roland was not stupid, he just felt that he was playing a game. After he had the time loop, wouldn't the game be cleared if he could increase the favorability of a key NPC? He ignored human nature and the other party's IQ. He thought that this game was his one-man show, but in fact, it was not. Fuck. Looking at the calm David and the smiling face, Roland exhaled sweetly. He took a deep breath, held his head with both hands, and his 10 fingers instantly penetrated into the roots of his hair. The warmth and moisture touched by his fingertips could represent his mood at the moment. He was very hot and annoyed now. But, I think it's impossible to attack 2 people at the same time. You have to know one thing. If I don't reveal my identity, I can't even see the camera. If I reveal my identity, although I can see the camera, John Hughes will definitely not support me. This is actually a logical paradox. David's business thinking did provide Roland with a different way of thinking. But if he didn't start with Columbus, but attacked John Hughes instead, that would be back to the origin of the matter. John Hughes and Macaulay Culkin's father were friends. How could he intervene in something that both parties had already agreed on? It's unrealistic. Then, is there a possibility? Some of the information we got may be different from the truth. Looking at Roland, who scratched his head into a bird's nest with his own hands, David suddenly threw out a guess. I can't remember what happened before. All the information I got was told to me by you in person. But, didn't you find a problem in the process of relaying the information? Two of the information you provided are contradictory. What? Roland, who was scratching his head, raised his eyebrows when he heard these words. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind like shooting stars. He carefully recalled what he said today, trying to find the flaws that David mentioned. But unfortunately, after thinking about it for half an hour, he didn't think that there was anything wrong with the information he provided. Impossible. Because the information I provide is everything I have experienced. Although the way of opening it will be different every day, the results can be verified by each other. The unusually confident words made David nod heavily. He didn't speak, but took out a wet tissue and wiped his hands. Immediately, he pushed away the seafood garbage on the table, found paper and pen in his handbag, and drew a relationship diagram directly in front of Roland. Let's draw a thumbnail and we can figure things out. Chapter 17 to conflicting messages. First, you told me that John Hughes already has a candidate for the lead role in mind, right? Yes. Second, you told me that Chris Columbus is the leader of this audition, and he wants to find a newcomer, right? Yes. This is the news that Aunt Canetti got from director Howard. Third, you told me that there is a power struggle between the two of them, and both want to take the lead role, right? Yeah. This news was also heard by Aunt Canetti. Well, if all the above 3 points are correct, then all the news you tell me later is a lie. What? Roland frowned. If David hadn't drawn it seriously, he would have wanted to throw coke on his face. What is a lie? Those news were all figured out by himself. But unfortunately, David didn't care about Roland's thoughts at all. His right hand, like a gust of wind, left countless words on the paper. Let's assume that, if John Hughes doesn't want to be sidelined and he just wants to use his own candidates, in this case, if Columbus finds the perfect candidate in his mind, will he put him in the second round? No, because putting this perfect candidate in the second round is just asking for trouble. Have you heard a saying? Undue delay may bring trouble. If Columbus and John Hughes have a very serious power struggle, and John Hughes insists that he will not use anyone other than his, then after Columbus finds a guy like you who can perform smoothly, he will not delay, because no one knows whether John Hughes will have other ways to kick you out. Only when the contract is signed can he feel at ease. But, you said you have always been put in the second round. So, we have to question how serious the struggle between John Hughes and Columbus is, and we also have to question how much John Hughes wants to use the guy he chooses. Roland stared at the paper in front of him with a sharp gaze. Before he could speak, David continued, since there are two questions, let's verify them one by one. First of all, how serious is the fight between the two of them? According to your description, in the past 100 auditions, whenever you said the name of director Howard, John Hughes always called out Robin Williams first. This can indeed prove how sensitive John Hughes is to the Jewish gang. But did you notice one thing? In your subsequent description, you said that, even if your performance was not satisfactory, it was John Hughes who shouted cut. He obviously didn't want to see you act, but he acquiesced to Columbus to put you in the second round. What's the reason for this? You said he was afraid of the Jewish gang. If he was afraid of the Jewish gang, then why would they fight? I'm serious. If Spielberg wanted to put a leading actor in the crew, Fox couldn't stop him. What if he is not afraid of the Jewish gang, but he lets you, a guy who performs poorly, enter the second round when there are already candidates? What is he thinking? Isn't this contradictory? David looked at Roland with a burning gaze. He felt that Roland could understand this clear analysis. When Roland thought carefully about David's words, his face changed. He was sure that, although John Hughes called out Robin Williams' name, he did not show any extreme behavior. Not only that, no matter whether his performance was good or bad, John Hughes' face did not have the kind of anger that might be completely ignored. Then according to your analysis, the struggle between the two of them is not as fierce as we imagined. Roland interlocked his fingers, and his two thumbs were constantly rubbing against each other. Yes and no. Hearing this, David shrugged. John Hughes' attitude can indeed reflect some problems, but what really puzzles me is not his attitude towards the Jewish gang, but his attitude towards you. Me. Roland's facial features curled up, and he was as embarrassed as Yao Ming. He really didn't know what David had discovered. Yes, it's his attitude towards you. Seeing that Roland himself didn't find anything unusual, David stopped keeping him in suspense and knocked on the table with the pen cap, saying directly, "Don't you think John Hughes' attitude towards you is very strange? If he really has a choice in mind, and he must use the other party, then why did he watch you being directly put into the second round by Director Columbus? You said it yourself. When you don't perform well, Director Columbus will let you stay and tell you the result after the audition. When you perform very perfectly, Director Columbus will directly congratulate you in the audition room for entering the second round. Although he has the bonus of being a Jewish gang member, John Hughes' attitude is too weird, isn't it? If he really wants to use his own people, then when he finds that a guy may threaten the one he has chosen in his heart, shouldn't he take some countermeasures? For example, find a way to prevent you from entering the second round, so as to protect his own people. But he didn't do anything. Damn, Roland finally understood. After a long time, David felt that the news that John Hughes had chosen Macaulay Culkin was problematic. He felt that Macaulay Culkin was not the destined protagonist in John Hughes' mind, but just a backup after the audition. Otherwise, John Hughes' state reaction could not be explained at all. Yes, that's what I mean. David was relieved when he saw that Roland finally got his idea. He put away the pen, picked up the bottle, and drank a few mouthfuls. Even if the wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, he didn't care. When he gulped down a bottle of beer and stomped it on the table, he asked, "Do you still remember who told us that John Hughes had a candidate? I think there is something wrong with this news. Even if it is a candidate, it can't be the first choice. Besides, I remember that Ganetti should not know anyone from the new rat gang, right? Where did this news come from?" The neat words made Roland smile bitterly. How could he give a name? These are all his memories from his past life. Are his memories different from reality? Oh my god, I'm in a time loop, and I don't have a photographic memory. How can I still remember these things? There are some things that Roland can't say, but he now feels that David's analysis seems to make sense. Roland casually touched upon the topic and went on to follow the other party's analysis. Then according to what you mean, do I need to impress John Hughes first during the audition? If your assumption is true, then I should have a way to make John Hughes satisfied with me. It's not about making him so satisfied that he completely abandons Macaulay, as long as he truly feels that I can enter the second round. At that time, I will use the relationship with Director Howard to let the Jewish gang become my helper, and let Director Chris Columbus directly decide on me as the protagonist. I think this method is very feasible. First, I'm the newcomer that Columbus expects. Not only that, my recommender is from the Jewish gang. Second, being selected by John Hughes before revealing my identity means that he gave up Macaulay first. Even if they have a power struggle, it will be a draw, because the two of them only knew where I came from after deciding that I could enter the second round, and Director Howard was the last straw that broke the camel's back for Columbus. The Jewish gang can only be used as the last trump card. David was amused by the analysis. He muttered to himself, "That's right, your idea is exactly the same as mine. Of course, all of this depends on what John Hughes thinks of Macaulay. But I probably can't help you with this kind of thing, because I don't know anyone there. Do you still need help?" No, Roland felt that David had helped him enough. John Hughes was not so determined to use Macaulay. Was this true or false? Roland didn't know. But what he knew was that according to the current situation, his impasse would probably not be solved in a short time. Can't solve it? It doesn't matter. Relax first. You've been holding back on this for more than 100 days. I'm tired just listening to it. Come to me tomorrow morning and let me take you out to play, just like today. Since you can't find the clue for the time being, just stop for a while. Didn't you say that you can learn other things in the time loop? Then go and learn first. Don't regret it after you get out of the time loop. After all, no one knows whether this time loop is a one-time thing. Besides, you will eventually get this role anyway. It's just that the process is a little difficult. Take a break first and do something else. Roland pursed his lips and felt that David's suggestion was fine. Since there is no solution, then don't think about it for now. Cartoonists with excellent qualities such as wealth, determination, righteousness, and erudition can collect inspiration all year round. Then he should relax for a while to find inspiration. Note, the Rat Pack refers to swing singers who revel all night and drink heavily, and are busy pursuing blonde beauties all day. It was originally composed of Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., Zooey Bichet, and Peter Trott, but the number of members is not fixed. Marilyn Monroe also joined. They made guest appearances and were very popular. Even President Kennedy went to support them. The original version of Ocean's 11 shot by George Clooney was a copy of Ocean's 11 shot by the Rat Pack in 1960. The new Rat Pack in the 1980s was actually brought out by John Woo's movie The Breakfast Club. The 8 main actors in The Breakfast Club and the graduates were members of the new Rat Pack. The new Rat Pack mentioned by David in the text refers to John Woo's friends. There is no bug in this chapter, and it does not conflict with the previous text. There is one person missing. Chapter 18, A Different World. After entering the time loop, Roland never rested. For the project of Home Alone, he did the same thing day after day. Did he want to leave the time loop earlier? Yes and no. At first, when Roland learned that he had entered the time loop, he was actually very happy, because he felt that he could become a Superman like Billy Batson through the time loop. In the time loop, he can learn all kinds of skills. He doesn't have to think about whether his skill points are enough. Anyway, there is plenty of time, and he can slowly fill up his skill tree. But, when he conducted a wave of analysis, and found that he had to win the project of Home Alone, before he could leave the time loop, his eyes never left the movie again. The reason is simple. Who made the light of this movie too dazzling? Home Alone is like the mysterious potion that Robert Reynolds drank. Roland felt that, if he got it, he could get the power of a million stars. After having Home Alone, what else do you need? This is a great start. In the past 100 days, Roland was as excited as Husky G, and never calmed down. When everything was pushed back to the starting point, David's words made him wake up. Life is not a 100-meter sprint. Even if he is Barry Allen, he can't run to the finish line at full speed. The most powerful thing about the time loop is not that it can help him get the Home Alone project, but that it makes him more full-bodied. If he insists on the movie project, even if he can succeed once, it will be picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. David is right. The Home Alone project is not going to get away. He doesn't need to be so anxious. Since he has reached a deadlock in conquering John Woo's, let's not worry about it. He can do what he wants to do first, and don't regret it. After leaving the time loop, it took Zi 22 years to win the first league championship, so why is he anxious to escape? Living the same day repeatedly is very boring, then make it not boring. Perhaps it was the progress of the project that had returned to the starting point that calmed Roland down, or perhaps it was David's suggestion that made Roland see the true use of the time loop again. When the 122nd New Year's Day came, Roland, who asked, realized that it was not that the world was without beauty, but that he had always had preconceived ideas and had never tried to understand it. Don't want to audition? No problem. Then let's go to Pasadena later. Today is the 100th Rose Parade. Let's go there and have some fun. It's a 10-mile journey, and it only takes half an hour to get there. There's no worry of missing it. The Rose Parade originated in 1890. Since the floats took to the streets on January 1, 1890, it has become Pasadena's annual New Year celebration. Not only that, it is also known as the 3 major New Year celebrations in the United States, along with the Big Apple Countdown in Times Square in New York and the New Year's Eve fireworks in Las Vegas. It is one of the largest and most popular New Year events in the United States. The number of tourists who come here every year alone has reached hundreds of thousands. When the three of them arrived in Pasadena, the first thing they saw was the sky full of colors. In order to welcome the arrival of the new year, the green vegetation on both sides of the road was covered with flowers of various colors. Not only that, even the lush landscape trees were wearing funny flower hats. The colorful scene was like God overturned his paint tray, and the color arrangement here and there was dazzling. James, Roland, you two come up. There are too many people here. I will hold you to see. Facing David's outstretched hands, the two did not hesitate. Climbing up, sitting sideways on the shoulders, looking far away from the height, everything is in sight. The 5.5-mile tourist route was crowded with people. The majestic motorcycle police car led the way, followed by the unique floats entering the venue. Whether it was a black-bottomed brown-roofed classic car, a propeller-like scooter, or a human-like animal-shaped car, these slowly moving vehicles, with hilarious shapes, were all made of flowers. Just as Roland was curiously looking at all this, James suddenly elbowed him and shouted, "Roland! Look, look, look. What is that animal with its mouth wide open?" The sudden voice caught Roland's attention, and when he looked in the direction of James' finger, he was stunned by a creature with bared teeth, the shape of horns like a deer, head like a cow, eyes like shrimps, mouth like a donkey, belly like a snake, scales like fish, feet like a phoenix, whiskers like a human, ears like an elephant. Isn't it a dragon? That is. Roland opened his mouth, and the familiar words were stuck in his throat. He didn't know how to explain. While he was stunned, David, who had already seen the dragon float, raised his voice. "Chinese dragon. A mysterious creature from the east. This should be built by the local Chinese community. America is originally a country of immigrants, and California is even more of an immigrant state. People of different races live here with different beliefs. As long as you are willing to pay $500,000 to $200,000 under normal circumstances, the parade association in charge will not interfere with your creative ideas. After the report is approved, you can build it however you want." When the mighty and domineering dragon car passed in front of Roland, the Asians following on both sides made him look at it a few more times. The familiar black and red tank suit made him feel deeply moved. He never thought that the first memory after crossing would appear in this way. And when his eyes followed the long dragon to the distance, the band with neat steps and the mighty and cool horse team also passed by him slowly. The music sounded, and the cheers and applause came one after another. Watching the crowds coming and going, and the people of different skin colors, Roland suddenly had the illusion that he was queuing up to buy Say Good Not to Cry. If he had known that the ratings would drop so quickly, he would have waited and seen. Roland thought that Americans' New Year's Day was very boring, but he didn't expect that they spent it much more interesting than he thought. If he had known about this activity, would he have worked on the Home Alone project for 120 days? Impossible. Besides the floats, there should be other projects here, right? Roland leaned over and asked David curiously. After seeing the scene in front of him, he suddenly realized that there were too many things he wanted to try, and the things he hadn't done were countless. On New Year's Day, all Americans were resting. Apart from angrily criticizing the Home Alone crew, he couldn't find anything else to do. This idea was simply stupid. Of course. Before David could speak, James looked at Roland with curiosity. His puzzled look was exactly the same as Jeng Hao's feeling when he found out that Mr. Zhu was an alien. "Roland, don't we come here every year? Why can't you remember anything?" In addition to the parade, there are also band performances, ostrich races, camel races and elephant races. Moreover, I heard that there will be a football match this year to commemorate the 100th parade. He seemed to be very interested in the sport of football, but it seemed that he had mastered the essence of it. When he mentioned the football match, Roland could clearly feel that his strong body could no longer confine the small universe in his heart. Roland even felt that if he played a song Braveheart at this time, James would evolve on the spot. Sure enough, just as Roland was daydreaming, James had changed the subject. "Roland, why don't we go play football? There's nothing to do anyway." Chapter 19 Infinite Loop, Happy Life. Playing football? Roland didn't want to talk and threw a dog to James. He couldn't play football, let alone the football that James was talking about. In America, only soccer can represent football, and football refers to rugby. And what James was talking about was football. In his previous life, Roland had only played basketball. The reason was simple. Compared with the locked basket, the football field was more difficult to find. For a guy who had to hide from others when playing basketball, how could he have fun with a group of muscular guys on the rugby field? Pretentious? That was simply a foolish dream. Not to mention that he didn't understand the rules. Even if he did, he wouldn't play. However, in David's eyes, he was not an adult from the future who was trapped in a time loop. Under the double persuasion of James and David, Roland signed up, even though he didn't understand anything. Anyway, there was nothing to do. Why not go on the field and play? Just think of it as accompanying James. In the past more than 100 cycles, James was reluctant to stay in the Universal Studios. Although he had no memory, Roland always felt sorry for him. Not having enough to eat and sleep well was fine, but the point was that he couldn't lose weight. It was too hard for him. Although Roland listened to the rules after signing up, when he really put on the protective gear and stood on the field, he forgot everything about kickoff, offside, and scoring. Not only that, when he heard someone calling his name and looked over, in his sight, in addition to the oval brown ball that was shot at him, there was also a mountain of meat rushing up. Roland only felt that he was hit by a palm technique that fell from the sky first, and the football that suddenly attacked directly blocked his vision. Then, he felt that he was hit by an iron mountain. With a scream of "ah!" he flew out with both hands holding the ball. Just as he was rolling on the ground holding the football, the fastest station pressure came quietly. Roland didn't know how he survived. He only knew that when he lifted his clothes to check his purple skin, James, who was sitting next to him, stared at him with a smirk. "Roland, I remember you knew how to play before. But today, why are you acting like a novice?" His eyebrows trembled, his elbows rubbed lightly, and his winking expression made Roland roll his eyes. Roland knew how to play basketball? "Yes, I can play basketball." Raising his hand to send James away, Roland said unhappily, "You hit me with your small body and I flew out directly. I can play basketball." Roland didn't bother to pay attention to James, who was taking advantage of him. Wasn't he just taking revenge? Because Roland didn't interfere much, James was shocked by Roland's appetite again this morning, just like at the beginning. After he asked, Ganetti's words followed. Since he was crushed by Roland in eating, he had to get back on the court. The difference between James and Roland is like that between a blue fat man with BKB and a nice girl without armor. He doesn't even need to use the bombardment. A basic attack can kill him. You flew away after being hit by me? Then you should eat more. No matter how many green smoothies you drink, you won't gain weight. You might as well eat more bacon, honey, hamburgers like me. Looking at James, who was winking and counting with his fingers, Roland sneered. "Do you believe that I can lead you to win without eating junk food and without gaining weight? How is this possible? Are you dreaming?" James retracted his hands, looking unconvinced. "Then wait, I'll score a touchdown for you tomorrow." Roland patted his thigh, wanting to make a grand declaration, but the pain that followed made him rub his leg with a grin, and the act of frowning and kneeling made David laugh. After patting James on the shoulder, David signaled him to stop talking. At the same time, David also said to Roland, "Are you going to eat here or go home tonight? If you go back, we will pick up Ashley. After we get home, we will ask the doctor to come and see you. But if you eat here, we don't have to worry about them. After dinner, I will take you to see a doctor on the way back. No need to be so troublesome, right?" Roland, who was rubbing his legs, had a bitter face. He felt that these injuries did not need to be seen by a doctor. It must be treated. David shrugged and said helplessly, "Although I also think you are fine. If the people of the Child Protection Association find out, they will definitely suspect that we abused you." "Okay, then you decide." Since David has said this, Roland is not stubborn. Although according to common sense, Roland's injuries need to be treated, but these things will be gone tomorrow morning. Yes, the reason why Roland dared to fight with James was because of the ability to refresh the time loop. Like his predecessors in Edge of Tomorrow and Groundhog Day, the time loop not only allows his body to recover, but also allows his training effects to be retained. Chapter 8. The bug in the time loop work has been explained. If his body cannot remember the training effects, and will not improve, how can he dare to boast in front of James? After all, touchdowns are not so easy to achieve. As the highest scoring method in football, Roland must at least run faster than Quicksilver, who can be shot by bullets. Of course, learning football is just a sudden thought of Roland. It took a day to figure out the rules and 10 days to remember the personality characteristics and playing styles of the contestants. When the 140th New Year's Day arrived, Roland, standing in the opponent's end zone, received the pass from quarterback James in the parallel rebounding posture of Dennis Rodman and successfully completed a touchdown. Looking at the figure, who was stunned for a few seconds, then rushed forward bravely and cheered. Roland, who was pressed to the ground, held the football high and smiled happily. In addition to rugby, as the number of cycles of time increased, Roland met more and more people, and the number of things he played with also increased sharply. From the 122nd to the 140th New Year's Day, he played rugby, and from the 141st to the 145th New Year's Day, he watched the band performances after the float parade. Of course, although it was called a band performance, big name stars rarely showed up. The performers here were mostly music lovers, and the kind of wandering bands who settled in all parts of the world, and could go anywhere they wanted. However, while watching the band performance, a guy in the crowd caught Roland's attention. The guy wearing a studded leather jacket, dark purple hair, hanging a guitar, singing Michael Jackson's classic songs, and hugging and kissing her boyfriend. Wasn't he Angelina Jolie, who later broke up and got back together with Brad Pitt? Seeing the classic punk outfit and the skinny appearance due to smoking cocaine, Roland had no desire to go up and say hello, although he knew that Angelina Jolie's background was very impressive. If he was associated with her, her identity as a Jewish gang would be confirmed. But after 2 lives, he certainly knew what not to touch. Not to mention that, even if he met her in the time loop, it would be useless, because she would not remember him. After tomorrow, on New Year's Day, from the 146th to the 152nd, Roland picked up his hobby in his previous life. He played basketball with others on the basketball court in Pasadena. The reason was simple. Mainly when Roland passed by the basketball court, he heard someone shouting Gilbert Arenas. Then, he fell in love. What was it like to play basketball with the future Agent Zero Arenas? Roland felt that he was abused. Although Arenas was 2 years younger than him, he had talent. Arenas was a man who could compete with the Dragon Slayer and score 60 points. Even if Roland wore Darius's slam dunk skin, he couldn't beat him. No more, no more, I can't beat you. Roland sat on the ground, raised his arm, and casually wiped the sweat off his forehead. While panting, he picked up the drink, unscrewed the bottle cap, and drank it. You have good strength, but your movements are not coherent. You should have just started playing basketball, right? Did you play rugby before? Since Roland didn't play anymore, Arenas also stopped. Sitting next to Roland, he politely said thank you when he took David's drink. Roland certainly knew that his strength was still good. In the past 30 days, he has been exercising every day. Every morning when he wakes up, he can find that his body has changed to a certain extent. Of course, sports are just a way for him to relax. Things like double blossoms are just thought about. He doesn't want to turn all his hobbies into his career, because in that case, you will lose your true passion for the project. I guess so. I haven't been playing basketball for long. Then you practice hard. After a while, I will definitely not be able to beat you. We'll see. These things are just hobbies. I play when I'm interested. When I'm not interested, I stop. Roland wanted to state a fact, but when he said it was out of interest, he felt his head go cold. He raised his hand and touched it. Fortunately, his hair was still there. Arenas didn't know what Roland was doing. Seeing that Roland was in a daze, he continued to ask, "Will you come tomorrow?" Tomorrow? Roland thought about it, and finally shook his head. "I have other things to do tomorrow. After playing for 30 days, it's time to do something serious." Note, Angelina Jolie's father won the Best Actor award in 1979, and her godfather Maximilian Schell won the Best Actor award in 1962. She did not rise from nothing. She called Al Pacino, Robert De Niro and other people uncle. The director of Tomb Raider, Mont West, the guy who filmed Con Air with Nicolas Cage, was invited by Jolie's father. In Tomb Raider, Laura's father is Jolie's biological father. Chapter 22 Cruise. One skill. The business that Roland mentioned was naturally to go to the studio to learn from others. 30 days of venting and relaxation made Roland's restless heart completely calm down. Is being in the New Year's Day time loop equivalent to being in prison? No, the bigger the heart is, the bigger the world is. During the time when he was playing wantonly, the interpersonal relationships that had been stagnant due to the pressure of the task before were completely gone. Now, even if he met his old friend yesterday, he could still get to know him again with a smile. Because of this, after abandoning utilitarianism, Roland thought of going to Universal Studios for the first time, because he found that his previous efforts were too purposeful. After more than 100 days of practice, he could handle Kevin in Home Alone, but what if he changed the type of movie? Would he have to spend time preparing and figuring it out? In this case, it would be better to watch the types that he could touch in the time loop first. After all, the big studios in Hollywood are not comparable to any professional colleges in the world. So, on the 153rd New Year's Day, Roland followed Canetti and went into the area. Although it was New Year's Day, there were still many filming crews in the Universal Studios. Havana, directed by Sydney Pollack, was setting up the interior scenes here. Havana is a grey and melancholy love story, set in Havana, which was in crisis from Christmas Eve to New Year's Day in 1958. At that time, the Batista dictatorship in Cuba was being replaced by the forces led by Castro, and Jack, a professional gambler played by Robert Redford, witnessed all this from an outsider's perspective. Although the box office of this movie was not good and the reputation was not good, Sydney Pollack was the guy who won the Best Picture and Best Director with Out of Africa after all, and the protagonist Robert Redford also had the Best Director's Golden Man in his hand. It would definitely be beneficial to see the live shooting of these two big guys. However, after Roland sneaked in, he found that he had thought too much. "Madam, I want to ask, aren't you filming here today?" Roland frowned as he looked at the crowded studio. The blonde woman in a shirt and holding a walkie-talkie was directing the scene, and she said without turning her head, "Filming? We are just starting to set up the set today. How can we film?" "So you mean the director and the leading actor won't be here today?" Roland said with some regret. "Yes, they won't be here today." After explaining the things at hand, the blonde woman turned her head decisively, and when she saw Roland, she stopped talking before she finished, and asked in confusion, "Hey, wait, which crew are you from? Why are you here?" The interior setting didn't require the big guys to come out at all. Not only that, they didn't even have the intention to supervise the scene. Apart from the busy production director and the crowd that looked like worker ants, Roland couldn't even find an actor. Bad luck, bad luck. After escaping from the female production manager, Roland swore that he would not come again in the next time loop. Looking at the studio covered by dust, the result of a bad start made Roland a little embarrassed, but even so, on the 154th New Year's Day, he was still not discouraged, and directly joined the crew of Crybaby stationed at the Universal Studios. This movie is Johnny Depp's debut from the small screen to the big screen. This is a campus youth comedy, and the word of mouth and box office have collapsed. For Roland at any time, it is of no help, but he doesn't care about these details. The reason why he came here was because when he was explaining Stephen Chow's movie From Beijing with Love, one of the lines in it made him unforgettable for life. In ancient times, Guan Yunchang was concentrating on playing chess and scraping his bones to treat poison. Today, I, Ling Linky, am concentrating on watching *** digging out bones to remove bullets. In From Beijing with Love, the romantic action movie Mandy's Awakening that Stephen Chow watched was starred by one of the heroines of Crybaby, Traci Lords. How did Traci Lords sneak into Hollywood from the San Fernando Valley? Roland didn't know. But what he knew was that since there was a precedent before, if Matthew Horner had followed it, he would probably have become famous faster. Of course, these unrealistic ideas just passed through his head. He came here today not to watch how Depp performed, nor to watch how the director directed, but to want to know how iconic the female star who made Stephen Chow mention it was. However, after staying in the crew of Crybaby for a while, Roland could no longer take his eyes off Depp. Was Roland attracted by Depp's graceful dance? Bullshit. The dancing postures of the group of demons made Roland confused. As a musical, the songs are lip-synced and the dances are real, but Depp's clumsy movements are nowhere near the charm of Captain Jack. The awkward look of uncoordinated hands and feet is completely comparable to the half-finished robot Edward. When Roland thought of the cult movie that Depp and Tim Burton would make in the future, he shuddered. If the hands and feet are not coordinated, then even the movie can't be made. Then, should I take the opportunity to make up for it? For Roland, learning to dance is actually the most accessible skill in the cycle. The reason is also very simple. Aunt Ganetti was a Broadway dancer before she married David. For this kind of thing, that can be taught, as long as you ask. Roland will practice it in vain. What's more, dancing can not only enhance Roland's body flexibility, but also exercise his physical fitness. If you want to make it in Hollywood, these two things are indispensable. Don't you see that Nicolas Cage, the literary man, finally went to shoot an action movie? If Roland doesn't strengthen himself in the time loop, he will have a lot of fun after he goes out. As for whether it is embarrassing for men to dance, guys like Zio Marja, who are worth tens of billions, can dance touchdown 101 on the stage, and they are not ashamed. Roland, who is learning skills seriously, is still a fart. So, after returning home that night, Roland expressed his demands to Aunt Ganetti. You want to learn to dance? Ganetti, who was tasting mushroom cream soup, looked at Roland with some surprise. Why do you suddenly want to learn this? Because I found Johnny and his friends dancing at Universal Studios today, and it was quite interesting. Roland, who had been prepared, spoke immediately. They seem to be imitating Elvis's movements. It's very cool. Johnny? After hearing this name, Ganetti was stunned for a moment, and then he directly reported the other party's full name, Johnny Depp. After seeing Roland nod, he ignored Roland's thoughts and asked in a high-pitched voice, "Oh, baby, why did you go to their crew today? Nothing happened? I'm telling you, you are not allowed to deal with such people, understand?" The rapid-fire words and the slightly panicked and stern eyes made Roland feel warm in his heart. At this moment, Ganetti was like an old hen protecting her calves. Johnny Depp's grass-slapping incidents have been going on for a long time, and how could Ganetti not know about his misconduct? As a former Broadway star, Ganetti knew that there were few people who kept themselves clean in the circle. The crowds coming and going, the extravagant parties, and the hands full of temptation could pull you into the abyss under the glitz at any time. As for what was hidden in the darkness, this was something that all the news media were too lazy to dig into. Unless it was really impossible to cover it up, who would do something that might bring down all the stars? Of course I know. Roland looked at him with a serious face. He hoped that Ganetti could believe him. I just think dancing is fun. If you don't want me to get too close to them, I won't go tomorrow. Anyway, I'm going there to see the girls. Roland added quietly in his heart. Really? Ganetti raised his eyebrows and asked. Of course. Roland nodded seriously. Okay, then what kind of dance do you want to learn? Seeing Roland's straightforward answer, Ganetti didn't dwell on it too much. What kind of dance do you want to learn? This question stumped Roland. He didn't know much about this, so how could he know what he should learn? They looked at each other for a few seconds. Just when Ganetti thought that Roland was just speaking on a whim, Roland suddenly had an idea and said, I don't know what kind of dance that is, but as long as it can match the style of the song Come and Get Your Love, I can learn it. What? Ganetti suspected that he had heard it wrong. Can you say it again? What style? Note, John Waters, the director of Crybaby, confirmed that the songs were lip-synced and the dances were real. The point is that Depp can't dance well. How awkward is Depp's dancing? When he was filming Chocolate, he took the initiative to tell director Lars Hallström that if possible, he should cut out the dancing part. Not only that, Tim Burton, who had already filmed Batman at the time, chose Depp, a little-known guy, to film Edward Scissorhands because he felt that Depp's dancing movements were too uncoordinated. After watching Cry Baby, he was like a robot, so he asked him to audition. The heroine of the movie that Stephen Chow watched was indeed the second female lead in Cry Baby. Chapter 21. Dancing is to enhance one's body flexibility, and secondly, to attract other people's attention, isn't it? And what kind of dance can attract other people's attention? Of course it's cool. Roland couldn't imagine any dance that could be cooler than Star-Lord's solo dance. You know, even Ronan, the leader of the accusation group of the Kree Empire, was defeated by that coquettish dance step. Of course, before the release of Guardians of the Galaxy, no one would dance that awkward dance. But it doesn't matter. Roland only needs to follow Ganetti to lay a good foundation. As for the rest, he can twist however he wants. In fact, when it comes to dancing, Roland thought of another thing. There is a resident band in the Universal Studios. Jazz Style, a collaboration between Spike Lee and Denzel Washington, is undergoing sound effects infusion in the post-production office of the Universal Studios. The resident band in the Universal Studios is the post-production music staff invited by their crew. There are all kinds of pianists, bassists, drummers, saxophone players, trumpet players, guitarists. There is everything there. Since Roland wants to learn the dance style of Come and Get Your Love, why not give the electric guitar to a classmate? Anyway, there is no need to pay tuition, and he can just use the name of the Olson sisters to get the wool of Spike Lee. The point is that the level of those people is also very high. They were all invited by Spike Lee's father Bill Lee, and Bill Lee played in a band in New York. Roland was a little excited when he thought that he could play the electric guitar and moonwalk at the same time. As long as he has a guitar in his hand, isn't he the same as Kao Feng who carries BGM with him? Of course, it could also be the 2.5-year trainee who can sing and dance, rap and play basketball. Although Roland knows nothing about dance and music, his patience can smooth everything out. Every morning when he wakes up, Roland will record his progress in the cycle of learning. 21 days of work and 3 days of rest is his learning rule. His schedule is also very strict. During the day, he followed the Olsen sisters to the Universal Studios and pestered the guitarist in the Jazz Style crew to teach him how to play the guitar. At night, after returning home, he would pester Aunt Canetti to learn dancing with her. As for the 3 days of rest, Roland would choose one of football, basketball or shooting. That's right, since he came to America, how could he not play with guns? Perhaps no one can clearly explain the feelings of Americans towards guns, but just from the number of nearly 4 million members of the National Rifle Association of America, we can get a glimpse of the clues. Owning a gun in America is a political right granted to American citizens by the Constitution. Citizens legally owning weapons is a manifestation of freedom and democracy. For this reason, a considerable number of Americans encourage their children to learn to use guns. In some families, parents even give their children a gun as a birthday gift. Not only that, there are actually shooting ranges in the suburbs of each city. Pistols, rifles, and submachine guns can all be experienced here. As for whether minors can play with guns, there is no need to worry about this. In fact, the laws in America are very strange. The Minor Protection Act requires that children under the age of 12 must be supervised at all times. Not only that, they have to wait until they are 21 to drink alcohol. However, the law also allows people over the age of 18 to own long guns, and as long as they are 5 years old, parents with gun licenses can take their children to regular shooting ranges to play. Roland is already over 5 years old, so of course he can go. As for stealing skills outside of leisure learning, Roland naturally cannot fall behind. Although the 3 crews of Havana, Cry Baby and Jazz Style at Universal Studios are not suitable for Roland to steal, there is also a crew called Back to the Future 3 here. Although the Back to the Future series is not the first time travel movie in film history, it is the most influential time travel movie in film history. There is no other reason, because this series is closest to people's lives. The time span of the film is not large, and all the elements shown are the real life of people in that era. If pale words cannot explain its influence, then examples can prove everything. In the second part of Back to the Future, the Doctor and Martin traveled to October 21st, 2015. When this day really came, the then President Obama directly tweeted and tagged the movie's leading actors. Since USA Today also appeared in the movie, on this day, USA Today also printed a special edition. Everything on the page was exactly the same as in the movie. Even the logo was changed to the one in the movie. In addition to Obama and USA Today, the British Guardian also published a rolling live column to report the incident. The Australian police issued an arrest warrant for the protagonist. Nike specially released the same running shoes as the movie. Pepsi changed itself to perfect Pepsi. Mercedes-Benz released a concept car, and Toyota directly moved out the replica pickup truck of that year. As a milestone in science fiction, even if Roland could only stay on this day, even if he could only watch the same shooting clips repeatedly, even if he could only see the content of 2 pages, Roland was already very satisfied. What surprised him most was that the members of this crew were much friendlier than he imagined. For example, Michael J. Fox. When Roland sneaked into the Back to the Future 3 crew, the first person he ran into was him who was taking a break. He was really as short as in the photo before Parkinson's was diagnosed. After seeing Roland, this guy who was in the limelight did not have the irritable habits of a famous actor. Instead, because he had just become a father, he greeted Roland in a friendly way. After learning that Roland came with Mrs. Olson, he also agreed to Roland's request to stay and watch. Let Roland stay aside and watch them filming. As for the director of Back to the Future 3, Robert Zemeckis, he knew the director of Full House. After asking a few questions, he sat back in front of the monitor. Since Roland came from a friend, let him watch. If he wants to. How much trouble can a family member of a child in the circle create on the set? Even if there was no directing by the main creator, Roland was already very excited to see the guy who would win the Oscar for Best Director for Forrest Gump filming in the future. After all, these things are not learned from textbooks or other crews. Under normal circumstances, can you see James Cameron screaming on the set? No. Under normal circumstances, can you see Spielberg holding the director's baton to conduct on-site scheduling? No. At the awkward time of New Year's Day, Roland could see a prospective Oscar director directing a movie, and he already felt that he had won the first prize, not to mention that this series is a legend in film history. Of course, stealing skills is actually meaningless if you do it too much. Because if others don't explain something in person, there will definitely be some discrepancies when you understand it. After watching the New Year's Day scenes of Back to the Future 3 many times, Roland, who had countless questions in his mind, began to act pretentiously. Directly disturb others? This is a bit inappropriate. So, on the 399th New Year's Day, Roland borrowed a guitar from the jazz-style crew and came to the Back to the Future 3 crew. Looking at the slightly interested director Robert Zemeckis and Michael J. Fox, who played the protagonist of the film, Roland smiled and asked, "Gentlemen, do you mind if I take up your rest time and play a song for you? The life of the crew is actually very boring. It's okay to stay in the city to shoot studio scenes, but if you go to the deep mountains and old forests to shoot real scenes, you can taste the bird in your mouth." Since Roland is willing to find some fun for them during their rest time, how can these guys refuse? With a smile on their faces, they nodded and their kind eyes focused on Roland. They thought this kid was quite cute. However, when Roland played the magic note, the two bosses found that they were wrong. As the rhythm sounded just like Liang Yifeng's affectionate poetry recitation, the exaggerated soul has already taken over. The ecstatic expression of raising eyebrows appeared instantly, the mouth slightly opened, and the pretended deep voice also floated out. "Hey, what's the matter with your head? Yeah, hey, what's the matter with your mind and your sign?" And as soon as the lyrics started, everyone present was attracted by the familiar golden song. Of course, what caught their attention was not the familiar tune, but Roland himself. Perhaps in order to better infuse his own emotions, Roland's immature facial features have been distorted, and the look of deep hatred and hatred combined with his young appearance made everyone smile from ear to ear. If it were just that, it would be fine. But when Roland followed the rhythm, imitated Star-Lord, and twisted his body like seaweed, the embarrassment that arose from his bones made the big guys on the scene open their eyes wide. At this moment, they were like the netizens who saw it in the future. How could there be such a ridiculous dance move in this world? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, Stealing the Master Leads to Trouble. Oh, Roland, your performance is really surprising. When Roland finished with a stride and retracted his annoying look, director Zemeckis, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his forehead. Before he could continue to give his evaluation, Michael J. Fox, who had been holding a cigarette from beginning to end and had nowhere to put his mouth, knocked on the table with his cigarette butt, sucked in a breath, and tried to suppress his laughter. He asked curiously, "Roland, what kind of dance is this? Is it a derivative version of breaking? Or an adapted version of popping? Why have I never seen it before?" "Because this dance has no prescribed movements." Roland smiled. "I can't dance it twice exactly the same." "You are improvising?" Hearing Roland say this, everyone present showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. If it was improvisation, then everything can be explained. Because, if they were asked to give Roland a score, they really had no idea where to start. The reason was nothing else. It was all because of Roland's performance, which was too discordant. Singing, dancing and playing the guitar are all inharmonious. In fact, when Roland was learning guitar, he had already discovered that the song Come and Get Your Love was not suitable for him at all, because the smoky voice of the lead singer of the Redbone Band was not what he could have now. Smoky voice is a very high vocal technique. It is achieved by vibrating the vocal cords when speaking, and then amplifying it through the resonance cavity, so that the originally perfect middle voice area has a metallic texture. This technique is generally mastered after the voice change period. Even if Roland wants to learn it, the group of band players will not teach it. However, even if he can't learn it, Roland doesn't care. Singing is originally a byproduct, and the music played by the guitar is just his BGM. What he really wants to show these big guys is the devilish dance. Unfortunately, except for the opening movements, he studied the dance steps afterwards. Who made Star-Lord himself never dance a song to the end. Even if he is Maurinfeng, he can do what Sal can't do, but he can't make something that doesn't exist come over. Of course, even if he studied it himself, Roland didn't do it as recklessly as he did in The Rain and the Forbidden City. His requirements were not high. As long as his movements could make people laugh, and he could show the contrast between a little kid and an old man, and the coquettish feeling that came from the inside out, that was enough. After all, the boring filming life was already enough to wear out one's temper, so what's the point of singing seriously to relax? As long as these directors and actors were happy to watch, and were willing to talk to him, then why not for him to be a comedian? After the dance, there was a simple conversation. As Roland spent a lot of money, Zemeckis and others also had a good impression of this very open-minded kid. So, in the next half hour, Roland also struck, while the iron was hot, and asked them some questions. For example, in the scene shot today, when Martin and Maggie meet in Back to the Future 3, how does Fox, who plays Martin, avoid making his character become stereotyped despite staring in surprise? How does he show both embarrassment and calmness at the same time when Martin has dinner with the McFlys? When Maggie scolds Martin, why does Zemeckis use a dolly move to capture Maggie and Martin's reactions? And at the same time, why doesn't he give Martin a close-up, but instead makes him appear from the back? Stare in surprise but not stereotyped? This question is actually very simple. Facing the open-minded and studious Roland, Fox took out a palm-sized notebook from his pocket and flipped through it casually in front of Roland. This is actually a question of substituting yourself into the role. As long as you don't act with the intention of acting, there will be no problem of stereotyping. After all, everyone has their own characteristics. When you show a surprised expression in real life, will others think you are imitating others? No. As for the embarrassment and pretending to be calm that you mentioned, this is actually a problem. Just like when you bounced just now, did you feel embarrassed? If you feel embarrassed, but want to finish the performance, you naturally have to pretend to be calm. find a suitable scene to replace it, and you will find that those seemingly unpredictable psychological states exist in reality. Fox just thought Roland was a kid who was very curious about acting, and his explanation did not include any professional terms. But for director Zemeckis, things were a little different, because professional terms like dolly movement were not something a kid could understand, unless he had been working on the set since he was a kid. You actually know dolly movement? Zemeckis glanced at Roland with a surprised look. Although Roland was a little scared by the other party's look, he didn't care. Even if he didn't ask today, he could ask again tomorrow. Zemeckis couldn't accept Roland's current way of asking questions, so why didn't he change his words? However, Zemeckis just looked at Roland curiously for a few times, and didn't dwell on this issue too much. Seeing Roland nod, he continued, since you know how to use the dolly move, you should know the function of the dolly move, right? Have you seen Steven's Raiders of the Lost Ark? Indiana Jones was unable to save his ex-girlfriend Marion, and believed that she was dead. At this time, Steven used a dolly, gradually zooming in from a medium shot, first presenting body language and the environment, and then zooming out to a medium close-up, allowing the audience to see the painful expression on his face. As the camera gradually approaches the subject, the framing range becomes narrower and the depth of field shortens. The actor can be isolated from the background, allowing the audience to empathize with his grief and have a very strong sense of involvement. I use the dolly to capture Maggie's reaction for the same reason. And in that scene, Steven deliberately placed a bottle next to Indiana Jones' hand. You ask me why I put Martin in the shot from behind. Because Martin's function is the same as that of the bottle. Their presence can add layers to the picture and create an illusion of spatial depth. Otherwise, the composition would only have two layers, the foreground and the background. The bottle and Martin also imply the existence of the space outside the picture, making the frame open. Do you think Martin can appear in the front view in this case? Martin's presence makes the composition more complete, and Maggie is the protagonist in that shot. If you still have questions, go back and watch Raiders of the Lost Ark, and you will know. When Roland remembered their words, and went home to review Raiders of the Lost Ark shot by Spielberg that night, he indeed found that the shots he saw during the day were exactly the same as the techniques Spielberg used back then. Not only that, he also found that Michael J. Fox and Harrison Ford's acting techniques were exactly the same. This result, which not only answers questions, but also provides examples for you to draw inferences from, made Roland very satisfied. He felt like he had found a Wikipedia, where people not only give you the correct answers to questions, but also a bunch of hyperlinks to similar questions below. You just need to click on them to make intuitive analogies. Even though Roland could only watch the footage shot on New Year's Day, the knowledge points given by the other party were enough for Roland to digest for a while. Because of this, Roland tried his best to get the other party to talk in the following days. A dance for a lot of knowledge? This deal is really a good deal. After he spent more than 30 cycles and thoroughly understood all the scenes on New Year's Day, he started to act up again. He thought that, since Zemeckis was so easy to communicate with, he asked some questions that were not related to Back to the Future 3, maybe the other party could answer them. However, what Roland did not expect was that when he pretended to ask about a few questions that had been solved, and then tried to use other works as examples to let the other party teach him, Zemeckis, with a smile on his face, suddenly changed the subject and took the initiative to ask Roland a question. Roland, are you so interested in filming? In that case, can I recommend you to film? You can learn from them in the crew. I have a friend who just became a director, and the crew is recruiting. With your knowledge of movies and the smart dance you just did, it will be no problem for you to play the leading role in his crew. Thanks to Gaoki 821,216 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 23, Case Solved. What? Roland, who was holding a pen and paper and preparing to record his experience, was stunned for a moment. The crew is recruiting? Playing the leading role? No problem at all? Damn. What's going on? He raised his head with difficulty and swallowed his saliva. After seeing that the other party's words did not seem to be false, Roland, who who was full of doubts, asked carefully, "Mr. Zemeckis, if I disturbed you, I'm very sorry." Looking at Roland, who suddenly became restrained, Zemeckis suddenly laughed. He took off his gold-rimmed glasses, put them to his mouth, and blew a breath, then wiped it with a tissue. "You were not so careful when you were playing guitar and dancing just now. Now I recommend you to make a movie. Why are you scared? You ask me so many questions about movies today. Is it just an interest? Don't you want to make a movie? Just an interest? Don't want to make a movie? Are you scared? Bullshit." Roland just felt that he seemed to have touched something extraordinary. Shaking his head decisively to shake off the embarrassment, Zemeckis put on his glasses and said, "That's right. Don't be afraid. We are all friends. If you really want to know, that guy knows director Howard from your sister Olson's crew. I recommend you to go there. It will be absolutely no problem. If you don't believe me, you can ask director Howard now. Ask him if he knows Chris Columbus, and if he knows about the new project he and John Hughes are working on." Damn. When Zemeckis reported the project of Home Alone, Roland cursed quietly in his heart. What is this? Planting flowers with care, but they don't bloom, but planting willows by accident will grow into shade? Roland just wanted to steal a master, learn a skill, and learn some ginseng fruit from Zemeckis, the future Oscar-winning director, but he didn't expect that he dug up all the fruit trees with this hoe. Home Alone. Isn't this exactly in line with his goal? Moreover, from what the other party said, Zemeckis seems to know Chris Columbus. Roland, who wanted to complain, didn't know how to start, but he had to ask. After 2 seconds of silence, he suppressed his excitement and went straight to the point. "Director, do you know director Columbus? He is the screenwriter of Gremlins. I like that movie very much." Hearing this, Zemeckis was immediately happy. He weighed the question book that Roland had handed over earlier and looked at Roland with a playful look. "You ask me to explain to you Henry Thomas's performance in Ed the Alien. Let me help you interpret his acting skills. When you asked the question, didn't you notice who made this movie? Aren't you asking me because I know the director of this movie? Oh my god." Roland quietly cursed in his heart. If he could, he might have slapped himself in the face. Who is Zemeckis? He is also a member of the Jewish gang. Like Chris Columbus, Robert Zemeckis also made his mark in Hollywood with his scripts. When he first debuted, Zemeckis' 3 works were tepid, until his 4th work, 1941, was chosen by Spielberg and directed by him. Only then did he officially enter the sight of Hollywood's top management. Although the Deceit he made by himself flopped, the Emerald he shot with Michael Douglas was a big hit. It was for this reason that he was able to muster up the courage to ask Spielberg to help him run Back to the Future. That's right, if there was no Spielberg, it's unknown when the Back to the Future series would be filmed. The script was indeed written by Zemeckis, but no film company was willing to invest. They thought the script was too absurd and too expensive. If Spielberg hadn't taken the lead personally, who knows how many years the project would have been delayed. Like Chris Columbus, Spielberg was also Zemeckis' mentor. How could he not know about the Jewish gang's project? Moreover, if he called Columbus, Roland's identity as a Jewish gang member would be confirmed. Columbus still needs to consider it. This is more effective than pretending that Robin Williams is his recommender. Roland believed that, as long as the other party recommended him, he could audition and finalize the role on the spot with the accumulation of more than 100 days before. Isn't it a simple and clear thing? Unfortunately, this channel can't be used at all. It's already 6 o'clock in the evening. According to Roland's memory, the Fox studio has already finished work. Even if it is recommended by Zemeckis himself, the audition will have to be arranged tomorrow at the earliest. And tomorrow, for Roland, is a luxury that is beyond his reach. In this way, Roland is a little bit upset. It's really a pity that such a good relationship can't be used. Now he didn't expect to use Zemeckis' network at all. He could only hope to get some useful information from him, such as the relationship between John Hughes and Chris Columbus, why they were fighting each other, how fierce the fighting was, what John Hughes liked, and how he, Roland, could get a real audition opportunity without introducing himself. You said your friend also got an audition opportunity for Home Alone, and he went today. Hey, let me tell you, your friend will never be successful. I know about this audition. Although it was proposed and led by Chris, the right to judge at first sight is in John's hands. If John doesn't like the person at first sight, the candidate who participated in the audition will not have the opportunity to face the camera. What? You said you also got an audition opportunity from director Howard, and it was today, but you knew in advance that John already had a candidate in mind, so you didn't want to compete? Because you felt there was little hope. This thing is indeed true, but the guy John chose has a problem with his father. His father is a scumbag. He spent all the money earned by the child. Unless in the end, John actually didn't want to use him because he knew better than anyone what kind of treatment the child would encounter after he became famous. Not being able to make money may be the best fate for that child. What? You said your recommender was actually Robin Williams? Do you know that Chris is fighting with John? Roland, it seems that you really want to make a movie. You even dug out all this information? Fortunately, you didn't go today and met me at Universal Studios. Otherwise, you really wouldn't have gotten the role. Let me tell you, the reason why John and Chris were fighting was not because Chris had secured Joe Pesci and the others first. John and Chris had no conflicts. He even thanked Chris for helping him get Fox. What really made him cling to the choice of the leading actor was that he was humiliated by Nicolas Cage 5 years ago. Who is Nicolas Cage? He is Francis Coppola's nephew. You should understand this relationship, right? Okay, the case was solved. Roland used 7 cycles to finally dig out Zemeckis' treasure. Sure enough, as David guessed, some things have to be verified in person before you know whether they are true or false. Note, all the crews mentioned in the article were in production at that time. Back to the Future 3 was not finished at that time. They officially closed the filming on January 22, 1990. In 1980, Zemeckis worked on the script of Back to the Future. Unfortunately, no film company invested in it. So, like Chris Columbus, he made his way in Hollywood as a self-director. It was not until 1941 was spotted by Spielberg that he became famous. Unfortunately, he did not work with Spielberg on Back to the Future after 1941 because he wanted to direct the film himself. Columbia Pictures gave him the condition that they could invest, but Spielberg had to direct it. So, he worked on Emerald, a film with a cost of $10 million and a box office of $80 million. It was with this achievement that he won the position of director when Spielberg helped him take the lead. From then on, he officially hooked up with the Jewish gang. In McCory's autobiography, he revealed the fact that he did not participate in the audition, but was chosen by John. John Hughes always knew that his father was unreliable, and that was why he agreed to Columbus's audition. As long as the audition found the right one, McCory would not exist. John Hughes did not make a mistake in choosing the right person. Home Alone was the last collaboration between the two parties, and he never looked for the other party for his children's movies after that. Nicolas Cage did lose face to John Hughes, and Cage was a member of the Jewish gang. Chapter 24 behind Home Alone is the helplessness of adults. The story behind Home Alone is actually very simple. In 1984, John Hughes' debut film 16 Candles won a North American box office of $23 million with a production cost of $6.5 million. This achievement made him stand out in the field of American youth films and gave him great confidence. So he continued to work hard and took out the script The Breakfast Club that he had written in 1982 and found Universal, hoping that the other party would invest. With a profitable project in front, Universal would certainly not refuse, but unfortunately, after reviewing the script, Universal felt that the project was too simple and there were too few scenes, so it gave a production budget of $1 million. What can a budget of $1 million do in Hollywood at that time? In 1980, Hollywood already had a film salary of $20 million. Not to mention those super A-list, even B-list couldn't be invited. Even a C-list would occupy a lot of production costs. But, John Hughes' choice for the protagonist was Nicolas Cage. Born in 1964, Cage was just 20 years old at the time, and had only appeared in 6 movies. Most of the time, he was a supporting actor for others. According to the salary principle of Hollywood, John Hughes could afford to hire Cage, but Cage looked down on John Hughes. The reason was simple. Among the 6 projects he participated in, 2 were directed by his uncle Francis Coppola himself. The other projects were either backed by big names or paid enough. As Coppola's nephew, even if he didn't use his uncle's relationship, he could still get a lot of scripts. In this case, John Hughes, who had just emerged, was nothing. So Cage rejected John Hughes. His way of rejecting was very simple. He quoted a sky-high salary to reflect his status and discourage John Hughes. This behavior made John Hughes, who was already dissatisfied with the budget, extremely annoyed, but he had no choice. Go and argue with them? Unrealistic. Why? Because at that time, Universal was fully supporting a movie, Back to the Future by Zemeckis and Spielberg. If John Hughes had confronted Cage, Coppola might have been kept in the dark, but Universal kicked him out. After all, this was just a small project with $1 million investment. Compared with Spielberg, John Hughes is nothing. Why did it come to Spielberg? Isn't it because Francis Coppola, Martin Scorsese, George Lucas, and Steven Spielberg are playing games together? John Hughes couldn't afford to offend any of these Jewish guys, and even if he was angry, he had to hold it in. Therefore, even though The Breakfast Club became a hit later, John Hughes didn't mean to shout across the air. He knew that his arm couldn't twist the thigh of the Jewish gang. Not only that, he took the initiative to run from Universal to Paramount and handed no day forwarding to Paramount for production and distribution. As things passed, John Hughes never had any intersection with the Jewish gang again. He made the movies he wanted to make, and the results were good and bad. It was not until 1989, after Warner killed Home Alone, that the Jewish gang appeared in his vision again. Just like what Robert Zemeckis, the director of Back to the Future, said, John Hughes didn't care whether he was sidelined, let alone whether Chris Columbus had decided on 2 leading actors instead of him as a producer. He was even very happy that his project could continue to operate. What he really cared about was that after the project was approved, Columbus, a member of the Jewish gang, wanted to decide on the leading actor. If Columbus was allowed to decide on the leading actor, he would be defeated by the Jewish gang for the second time. Last time, Cage lost face, and this time the crew was going to be completely taken over by the Jewish gang. John Hughes was a little unwilling. But what was the use of being unwilling? Even if he was a producer, he couldn't yell at Columbus directly, "Get out of here." Because he knew that, if Columbus was kicked out, it would mean that Fox might withdraw its investment. Once Fox withdrew its investment, his project would be completely over. How many companies are willing to invest in the project abandoned by the big money Warner and the king of picking up bargains Fox? Moreover, he knew in his heart that there was nothing wrong with Columbus's approach of looking for new people, because his friend's son Macaulay was living in dire straits. Fame was the greatest pain for this child. The more money Macaulay could make, the more ruthless his father would be to drain him dry. On one hand, it was his own face, and on the other hand, it was to push his friend's son into the abyss. John Hughes didn't know how to choose, so he left everything to God. As a producer, he agreed to Columbus's audition request. If he could meet a boy he liked at first sight in the audition, Macaulay would be eliminated directly, but if he didn't find one, then Macaulay would be the leading actor. Columbus had no objection to this. He was a new director who only broke into the Jewish gang with the script. He also wanted to make a career with his own ability, instead of being commented by the outside world all the time. Without Spielberg, he couldn't do anything. Under such circumstances, when Roland auditioned, he found out that John Hughes had no intention of boycotting the Jewish gang. It was precisely because of this reason that he was not chosen by John Hughes at first sight and could not get a real audition opportunity. Lying on the sofa at home, Roland stared at the pale ceiling, his thoughts drifting away. Even if he was beaten to death, he could not think of such a torturous story. Roland could understand the feeling of being slapped in the face and having to endure it, and still unwilling to accept it after many years. This is the frustration of adults. This is a compromise that has been beaten by society. This is really more exciting than fiction. If John Hughes is the protagonist of the novel, the author who wrote it like this would probably have starved to death. No wonder John Hughes only made one movie after Home Alone. Are you tired? Being a screenwriter honestly, and eating copyright licensing fees and dividend profits may be the most stable way to make a living in this circle. Ah. He sighed, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Roland was full of emotion at this moment. What would he do if there was no time loop? If he couldn't get the project of Home Alone, He would work hard and try to finish from the door to the door. Come on. John Woo's experience made Roland understand a truth. Starting from scratch may really exist, but class crushing will be more fierce. As long as he throws himself into the wind of the internet, can he really be blown up? As Lei Chun said, even a pig can be blown up. Don't joke. Adults, no one has it easy. Thanks for the time loop. Thank you for letting me hear this story. I will make a good movie. I must. If you say that. After getting the time loop, there are many things Roland wants to do. He feels that he can do everything and can turn over 1,000 miles with a somersault. But when he learned about John Woo's helplessness, he cherished Home Alone even more. The opportunity to become popular was not what he waited for. If he insisted on the audition, how could he find out everything about John Woo's from director Zemeckis? Although his mentality has changed after David's talk, he feels that learning is also a very happy thing, and he can even decide how to use the skills he has learned. But fundamentally, isn't it better to enrich yourself first and then talk about the future? When his abilities have accumulated to a certain extent, relationships will become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. At least, in this world, this sentence works. Note, Cage did reject John Woo's by raising his salary, and he admitted it himself. In Macaulay's autobiography, he described John Woo as the person he respected the most, and was very grateful for the opportunity to star in Home Alone, but fame was too painful for him. When he was 13 years old, he was scolded by his father because of fatigue when he participated in an event. At that time, he thought about committing suicide. There is no actual conflict between Columbus and John Woo. As for Spielberg, it is not clear. I did not find any news about their conflict. Instead, I found an Easter egg in Ready Player One that paid tribute to John Woo. There is a young man in a windbreaker raising his right hand in the film, which is based on John Bender in The Breakfast Club, the one that Cage gave up. Columbus really wanted to get rid of Spielberg's Halo, so he agreed to John Woo's proposal to let him choose first. The same is true for Zemeckis. The reason why he filmed Emerald Green first and then Back to the Future was because he really didn't want to be seen as an incompetent person who used Spielberg to support his appearance. Spielberg helped too many people, but his Halo also brought them great pressure when making those people popular. Except for the real Jewish people, many directors finally went it alone. John Woo's early films were all invested by Universal. When discussing The Breakfast Club, Spielberg happened to pull director Zemeckis to talk to Universal about Back to the Future. Chapter 25 The Future. After sighing, Roland calmed down and walked into the projection room. He found the movie The Breakfast Club directed by John Woo from his cheap dad's collection shelf, put the videotape into the projector, and then quietly nestled in the chair. When the Universal logo and various icons flashed one by one, a string of white words on a black background appeared in front of him. All those children you spit on, ignoring all your advice, they know exactly what they are going through. David Bowie. Yes, this is the most critical news that Roland heard from director Robert Zemeckis. You want to know what John Woo likes the most? Why do you have such a strange question? Okay, stop playing, I'll tell you. When I was filming Back to the Future, I heard from Universal staff that John Woo's favorite song was Changes sung by David Bowie. As far as I know, in order to put Changes in the opening of The Breakfast Club, John Woo's had a few talks with Universal, but unfortunately, the licensing fee for David Bowie's song was too expensive, and Universal was unwilling to pay so much, so he could only put the lyrics of Changes at the beginning of the film in the form of text to show his respect. After you know other people's preferences, the most common way is to cater to their preferences. Just like talking about fairy tales with Steven Spielberg, talking about diving with James Cameron, talking about bicycles and supermodels under the age of 25 with Leonardo DiCaprio. Treating the right medicine for the right disease is the fastest way to enhance feelings. When Roland learned that John Woo's favorite music was Changes, he felt that he had caught the tip of fate, just like Miss Know-It-All caught the original body of Elena, Little Hair. With a light push, he could win. Starting from the 450th time loop, Roland focused on this song. He wanted to practice it thoroughly and play it during the audition. In addition, he also tried to communicate with David, hoping to learn more knowledge within the controllable time loop. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. Although the world's first computer science department was established by Purdue University in America in 1962, and the first computer school was established at Northeastern University in America in 1980, after so many years of development, no one would have a computer book from scratch at home. As for buying, Roland and David also tried. Unfortunately, the bookstore was closed on New Year's Day. Let Roland do the work of a scholar. Come on. Let's not talk about whether David would commit crimes with him. Even if David could go crazy with him, the time spent on stealing books every day would be enough for Roland to drink a pot, spend a few hours to get books, and then be taken away by the police. After thinking about them at home for a while, you don't find it annoying, but Roland does. In this way, Roland strategically gave up this career that might make him have hair transplants. Since he didn't do programming anymore, Roland naturally had to find some fun while practicing guitar. Go to Pasadena? Continue to visit those float parades that he had seen dozens of times? Don't be kidding. Okay. In the previous cycle, he had already used external cheats to defeat Arenas. When Arenas dribbled the ball between his legs continuously, trying to change direction drastically to sway Roland, and then pulled back to shoot a step back shot, Roland directly ended with a big block and staged a fuck your basketball dream in front of the future general. When Angelina Jolie was singing, he even sang Come and Get Your Love to ruin the show. When the magic dance steps appeared, the crowd that had surrounded Jolie swarmed to Roland. Whistles and laughter were heard one after another. Jolie, who was overshadowed, cast a bloodthirsty look at Roland. The horrified look made her want to dig a few pieces of meat from Roland. In the end, she ended with her middle finger, as if to tell Roland, do you want to taste my scissor legs? Pasadena was ruined by Roland, and the Universal Studios was naturally not spared. After squeezing Zemeckis dry, he was so hungry that he didn't even let go of the Full House crew. When director Howard listened to Roland's questions with a confused look on his face, Roland understood that the experience here had been exhausted by him. As for the Fox Studios, it was the only place that Roland could reach that could survive. The reason was that Fox only had one filming project now, which was Die Hard 2. Although Roland had some knowledge points to learn from this movie, unfortunately, the interior scenes had already been shot. The crew had long since withdrawn from Fox's interior scene. Facing the empty studio, what could he learn? So, after making a fuss and emptying the 2 study rooms in his own house and the Olson's house, Roland, who was bored, started doing other things, such as instigating David to take him out to sea, competing with James in sea fishing, and the loser would go ashore to taste Icelandic shark meat, or stay at home, tease Elizabeth, hold the drawing board, and copy each other's appearance. The 600th cycle. Hey, Roland, when did you learn to paint? Your painting is like it. Looking at the lifelike sister on the drawing paper, James' eyes were as big as a big black bull. He felt as if he had seen an alien, because he never knew that Roland could draw. His surprised eyes revealed his inner doubts. Facing the eyes that were like sharp arrows, Roland threw down his pencil and shrugged. Can I say that I drew Elizabeth 3,000 times? What? What are you talking about? James suspected that he had heard it wrong. I said I drew Elizabeth 3,000 times. Roland looked at him with a smile. When Roland said the phrase 3,000 times in a pure voice, James seemed to have obtained a moonlight treasure box that could connect to the future. His surprised look was very much like the little emperor of Cleveland who was too lazy to listen to JR's explanation. His mouth was wide open, even more exaggerated than Julia Roberts. Fuck, Roland, I'm warning you. She's my sister. She's not even 1 year old yet. You can see her in your dreams. Are you insane? You make me sick. Well, when James transformed into the roaring Emperor Marjing Teo, Roland knew that his cyclical career was coming to an end. Now he could only communicate normally with others, because once he absorbed knowledge, those guys would look at him with a confused look on their faces, as if they wanted to figure out how Roland mastered those skills. In that case, he would no longer miss them. And when the thought of I've had enough fun popped up in Roland's mind, everything around him fell apart like fragments. Darkness fell instantly like a tide. Roland only felt that he had a good sleep this time. No dreams, no learning, nothing. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on his bed at home. Early in the morning, 6 o'clock. January 1st, 1990, New Year's Day. This time did not repeat. Note, David Bowie's Changes is John Who's favorite song. This was revealed by Universal at the 30th anniversary of The Breakfast Club. David Bowie is a famous British rock musician. He is ranked as the most important rock star in the 20th century in Britain along with the Beatles and Queen. His eldest son is Duncan Jones, the Alliance player who filmed Source Code and then World of Warcraft. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.